Am I here?
Yes, you're ready.
Okay. I have another joke. It's similar to yesterday's joke, actually, because it's also about a monastery.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a person driving a car by a monastery one day, right? And his car broke down, and he didn't have AAA, so they couldn't come tow it away, but he broke down next to a monastery. And so the monks from the monastery took him in for the night, right? You know, he slept at the monastery, and overnight he heard the most amazing sound, right? And he was just so obsessed with what this sound was, right? He couldn't get it out of his head, and he asked the what's that guy in charge of a monastery? Is it still an abbot?
Yeah, it's an abbot.
I think it is. Okay. He asked the abbot, what was the source of the sound? And he said, oh, well, this is a long-held secret of the monastery, right? I can't tell you if you're not a monk. So he was like, okay, whatever. So he went away for a long time, but he couldn't get this sound out of his head. It was such a wonderful sound, right? So a couple of months later, he came back, and he said, look, I wanna become a monk so I can find out what the sound was, right? The source of the sound. And the abbot says, okay, it's a long process, but eventually you'll be able to become a monk and you'll be able to find out what the sound is, right? Okay, so cue the monk training montage, right? So he's copying the Bible, and he asks what the sound was. Am I a monk now? He says, no, I can't tell you because you're not a monk. The abbot says that, right? So then he's like, what else do monks do? I don't know. He's praying a lot, He's running up the stairs to the monastery, and the camera pans around, the Rocky music's playing, right? So finally, after a long process, he gets his holy orders, right? And it is holy orders for that, right? I don't remember. Anyway, so he becomes a monk, and the abbot says, all right, we're going to bring you down to the basement of the monastery and show you what's making that beautiful sound you've been so obsessed with, right? So they take him down to the basement of the monastery. They open a big, heavy wooden door with the key, right? The abbot opens the door. Behind that is a big, heavy iron door, bigger and heavier than the last one, right? And Abbott pulls out a bigger key, and he opens that door. Okay, so behind that is a golden door, even bigger and heavier than the previous one, because of course gold is heavier than iron, as well as the size of the door. And Abbott pulls out another key. He opens that door, right? And obviously it takes him a long time because it's really heavy. Behind the golden door is a phone booth, like in Get Smart. He dials a number, he goes down. And there at the bottom of the phone booth is the source of the sound. You know what it was?
What?
I can't tell you. You're not a monk.
Incredible.
Oh my god.
Wow, I'm so glad to have been a part of that.
Oh, I heard that joke before and I didn't want to believe that was coming.
Incredible.
Ah, wonderful.
Look who's back without Sobek on his head. What's going on?
More
Not
like
much.
no back.
Oh no, I need to add it back. By the way, for those of you wondering, we did pass the goal for where I have to eat a square of tofu. Just full, raw. I went to the store and bought it. So that's gonna happen. I've not eaten it yet, because I want to do it at the end, because it might put me out of business. So...
When you do, can you hit us with a soy face?
Never. Maybe. I don't think it's necessary at this point. Like, you know what team I'm on. Team hashtag,
soy gang.
Hashtag deep soy.
Can we get Soy Gang in the chat?
Soy gang.
Stop it. Okay, so what's been happening while I was asleep? There's like 8 hours of my own stream I need to check in on.
Yeah, so we ran the skeleton crew, just like normal, and we kind of have just been doing back and forths amongst the guests, and our guest list has been slowly expanding, it would appear. And then after about a couple of hours, I ended up going to bed, but it seemed like Ollie was doing a really great job kind of keeping things together.
Awesome.
Until we
Awesome.
kind of caught back up to now, essentially.
Yeah. So, Nat, left at London, has her Donkey Kong Trans Rights parody ready to go. So, if we can do that, if that's okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, should I play the instrumental in the background or do the
Discord will ruin it.
Okay. I was gonna say drop a beat, but then I remembered the lag. Chat will fuck it all to hell. So, I only made one verse just because that I feel like if I did a verse for each of the 55 plus people that have been on this stream, it would have been it would have been too much, and I would have been like, hey guys, I'm back to chat, and then everybody would have just been fucking gone. but okay, here it is. Here we go. So we're finally here. Just streaming for you. If you donate cash, you can join in too. Put your hands together if you want to clap as we take you through this spiteful rap. Teeth gang. Trans rights now. Teeth gang. Trans rights for us all. He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. And he's finally back to give Graham hell. He's Harris Bomber, and with his crew, he has raised some money for displaced trans youth. Teeth gang. Trans rights now. Teeth gang. Trans rights for us all. And that is all. That is
Incredible!
That was outstanding.
I like that. That made me happy.
Yeah.
It's funny because some people were commenting cringe, and I'm like, well, listen to the original rap. I can't do that much better.
I hate to break it to you, but it was always that. He keeps just crouching, even though he's supposed. What? I think my controller's broken.
Clap.
Oh, do we have to go back and find the tip for how to beat the rabbit? See if it makes sense now.
Someone listed a cheat.
Not a cheat, but like a how you beat it.
Yeah, how you make it good.
I'll grab that for you. It's AM. Alright, going back.
You don't just disappear from existence like that.
Yeah.
Rabbits, the nerve of these people.
So, while everybody here is enjoying my... I'm just gonna say, if you really liked my rap, you should check out my real music, which is Left at London on Spotify and everywhere.
I did a little bit of listening while I was trying to fall asleep.
Really?
Left at London's actual music is good.
Yeah. Thank you.
The Teeth Gang rap is not a representative. Yeah, representation matters, and that was not technically representation. I should play some of your music on the stream towards the end, but.
Oh my god, I would love that. Could you please? I would love that.
I will do that.
God,
I just first need give me some songs I should play, but I just link them to me, DM me. But
yeah,
I do
most
need
of my songs
to
are
finish
sad,
the
but
work.
Revolution Lover should be played when it's finished, because that is definitely an anthem of completion.
I could do with some of that. So we're racing a fucking rabbit, and on top of that, you have a finite, you have a resource you have to get back every time you want to really try it again, and it appears that basically you have to cheat. You have to wait until the first race is over and jump into the barrel and somehow get it before the race starts. And then if my controller doesn't explode and make him crouch for no reason in the middle of the race, we should be okay.
Yeah, I found it for you if you want me to read it back out, or sounds like you got it.
Yeah. What exactly was the advice?
So, when the race starts, just stand under the barrel, wait until the race ends and the rabbit says his piece, don't speed through it, then wait until the rabbit disappears halfway, then press A to jump into the barrel. When he asks to try again, accept, and then you'll be in orangutan form already, and you'll be able to beat it easily.
There we go. We got this.
It sounds like a bit of an exploit, but you should be able to do it.
Yeah.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
I just want to point out that we just passed $175,000 in donations, which is an absurd amount of money. Keep donating. Let's get to 200K. But holy shit, this is amazing. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Graham. Hashtag. We have raised more money than the National Lottery was actually going to give to mermaids for the first year. I think in pounds it's different from in dollars, so I might be overestimating that, but...
Do you know what the dollar amount is? I'll convert it for you.
The dollar amount is...
It's 175.
Yeah, I think the
pound
amount
amount for
of
that,
pounds
I'm
was...
sorry.
Oh, sorry, it was 100,000. I believe. It might have been 125 or something like that.
I got you. Yeah, no, we're past it, because 100,000 pounds is 128,000 US dollars, so...
Oh my god.
We
Damn,
beat it.
we
We're about to
raising
beat it by
money.
50,000.
Oh shit.
Alright, I
Keep
just...
raising that money.
I just messed up. I could have actually won that race, and I messed up.
I just sent you a link to Revolution Lover on 3 streaming services, so hopefully one of them you can use.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'll grab that. Okay, well, it appears that what matters is, sometimes, because the game is bad, the rabbit stops at random. And if that happens, you can get in front.
Chat is saying to change the stream category from talk shows and podcasts to Donkey Kong 64.
That's
Oh,
right.
that's right.
I think if any of the people who are mods of my stream are on, they could do that, but I can do that when I get done with this. He's not going that fast. Has my controller become damaged during this process? And
God, this race just looks like hell.
why was I so far ahead of him last time? What happened then?
I think he's... because he stopped?
Yeah, he stopped. Something made him stop. Okay, I'm gonna set it.
Blaming the controller again, of course.
It's all the game fault, and I'm
You're a
immune
good
to-
player, it's just the game.
Yeah. Remember to jump. Oh, do you have to just keep jumping? He got stuck on some apples. Wait. You do not have the
Stop.
speed... Do you not have the speed power up? The what?
What?
I'm gonna restart the whole stream and pretend none of this ever happened. Reset the counter. Reset the timer, let's go. Right. I thought that the upgrade was that ability. I didn't realize there was more. Oh, Cranky. I'm gonna take you to the fridge. I almost landed directly in the hole that begins the final boss fight.
Ooh.
I almost initiated crime. What mic are you using? I'm using a CAD E100S. It's a good mic.
So just an update for the chat. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has the link for the Discord. It's going to be up to her to whether she can fit us into her busy congresswoman schedule.
The government's shut down, so if she doesn't join, it's her choice
no,
and
that
she
part
hates
is
me.
We'll just
And
send
I
that to her
will-
and be like, hey, we know you're not doing
And
anything.
it'll affect my self-esteem forever. No.
Unless you found Mitch, we know you're not doing shit.
That's what she's doing. She's finding Mitch. She's
Yeah,
got a
if-
lot of finding
If
to do.
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez but Mitch McConnell turns up dead, then that's okay. But otherwise, I'm going to be very disappointed.
I'm imagining AOC in like the Sherlock deer hunter hat with like a magnifying glass roaming the halls looking for Mitch McConnell.
And finding Mitch McConnell is basically the same as Donkey Kong 64, except it's in Washington, D.C.
You're going to have to play 48 hours of Donkey Kong to find all the pieces of Mitch McConnell when Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez is done with him.
Someone
Wait, isn't there
shattered
a
his
turtle?
tortoise shell.
Yeah, isn't there a turtle level in Donkey Kong 64?
Well, see, the hard part about finding Mitch McConnell is, in Donkey Kong 64, if you can't find one of the bananas, you just have to pull up the wiki. But when you can't find Mitch McConnell, you can't find Mitch McConnell. It's...
There's no wiki for this.
You've got to call up the... You gotta see if you can get in
Does
contact with the
anybody
Zodiac
really
Killer.
want to find Mitch McConnell? I mean, like, really? Like, do you really want to know where he is?
I don't know. It's a great. I'm glad I managed to get Do Not Eat and Chelsea Manning in a room. It's two of my favorite people.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone check out. Do Not Eat does videos about. Well, not about city skylines, but they feature city skylines.
I do videos about cities.
Yeah, and they're great. And you have if you donate to his Patreon or steal it, he has a video about Killdozer that's really funny.
Yeah, it is a relatively stealable video, actually. I encourage you to steal it if you can't give me $1.
Yeah.
But if you can give me $1, that's even better.
I did see when you were going through your joke, people were quoting out your Killdozer and a couple other videos, Do Not Eat. It was very funny. I would see people in there posting about Elon Musk and the Hyperloop and Poop Gang with the Killdozer.
Yeah, Killdozer was mostly about poop.
That is true.
I'm worried about what I've done or not done in any particular level, because I'm going to have to do all of it anyway. The question is just, when and where is Cranky?
Oh, I'm so sad that I'm not in the highlight sheet for last night.
I forget who you have to message for that, but they'll get you added.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna cycle out since people seem to be waiting. So,
sure.
Cool.
Yeah, for everyone on the stream, I'm Do Not Eat 1. My channel is called Do Not Eat 1 on YouTube, where you can learn about exciting things like urban policy and zoning and cars. And
City Skylines mods. It's
yeah.
It's excellent. Check them out.
All right. Yeah. See everyone later.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Bye.
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 I'm also gonna cycle out just because that I need breakfast and sustenance is important. And I finally I just want to say this might be the last time that I'm on the chat. I'm not sure, but if it is, then I love all of you. To any closeted people who are listening, you are heard. You're here, and I hope that this ridiculous stream inspires you to realize that like you aren't alone, and a lot of people will support you if you find the right people. You just have to find the people playing Donkey Kong 64.
It turns out that there were always people. It just took a Donkey Kong 64 stream to bring a lot of them out.
Yeah. if I'm just imagining like somebody comes on the stream and comes out as transgender stream, and for some reason that's just the most heartwarming thing to me, but that's probably not gonna happen, so I will come out as trans on the stream. I've been trans this whole time, you bastards. Alright.
Oh no. What?
Oh no!
Shout out to the closet gang in the chat.
Valid gang.
Valid gang. Alright, I'm out. Love y'all.
Goodbye. We love you.
Bye.
No!
Oh no! I am also going to cycle out because I do not want to be in here when AOC joins. I would absolutely embarrass myself, make an absolute fool.
How old is Cassie Cortez? How young was she in 1999? Will she know how to be Beaver Bother?
We need to ask her for tips on Donkey Kong 64.
But, we need to ask her how to beat the rabbit.
But yeah, I'm gonna leave. Follow me on Twitter at GoodWitchLay, Leigh, Estradiol Warrior. Thank you so much for having me on. It's been so much fun. I believe in you. You can beat this game. and we can raise $200,000 to say fuck Graham Linen.
Graham, his name is slowly distorted as more and more people try and get it, and it's like now it's just linen.
We are going to
linen.
buy his name. That's what we're going to do with the money.
That's happened! People have bought grahamlinehan.co.uk and stuff, and it links to this stream and mermaids and stuff.
Which is so beautiful. I'm so proud of all of us.
It's praxis time, baby!
It's praxis time.
Thank you so much for coming
everybody.
on, and
Bye.
help me!
Definitely feeling bothered by some beavers.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the number one beaver botherer, Graham Linehan. I tweeted at him asking if he knew how to beat beaver bother. He didn't respond.
How rude.
So, hi there. I've got Ellen Murray from Transgender NI here to talk about some trans stuff.
Oh my
Hello.
goodness.
Introduce yourself.
Good evening. Yes, I was in the chat since it went silent, so I've been stroking my cat since then. My name's Ellen Murray. I'm a trans activist from Northern Ireland. I also do some stuff on disability rights, and I'm sitting here from Belfast in Northern Ireland. I think the most interesting thing that's happened today has been my cat's Twitter notifications are full of TERFs right now. It's very odd.
Oh, are you the cat that I
Yes, you. Well, I'm not him, but
Oh, you're the
he
account.
uses
Oh,
my
yeah,
phone.
you're the,
Yeah. Yeah.
That is
Your
a really, really
acquaintances.
good account, and I'm so glad I saw it today. It's really funny.
It's good to be here.
And also, you know, the activism work you do, but the Twitter, especially good.
99% of my work is tweets, and 1% is everything else. Like the 80-20 rule, but so much worse.
Pizza's here, pizza's here, pizza's here, pizza's
Nice.
here.
Press A to jump. Oh, B to scare
Chelsea's
them.
got her pizza.
Nice. Pizza boy. I'm sorry. Shout out to Patrick Klepek, who yelled Pizza Boy in a funny way in 2012, and it stuck with me. So,
It looks like we had another $100 donation from Eli Yerman. Very cool. Thank you so much.
it's still astounding that... Thank you.
So, Ellen, could you tell us a little bit about what Transgender NI does?
Yeah, so we're actually a relatively new organisation, but the folks who've been doing the work have been around for quite a while. I've been involved in trans rights stuff for about 6 years now, full time. I came out as trans in 2013. 2013 was a bad year, but they've got better since then. And a lot's happened, but the long story short is we run a trans community centre in Belfast. It's about 2 miles from where I am at the moment. So we provide a space and resources and stuff for trans young people, trans adults, family members. We do quite a lot of direct support work through the different groups in the centre and around Northern Ireland, and we also work with governments when they exist. Northern Ireland hasn't had a government for I think 2 years today, so that's been a bit difficult.
Jeez.
But yeah, 2 years. It's been pretty wild. So with Brexit, that's been quite interesting. But yeah, so we do a whole other things. I'm basically a professional annoyer of civil servants and people who work in schools and doctors at this point. It's good fun.
Okay, I still have remembered some of my skills, but not all of them. So, what sort of things do you do? What do you bother civil servants to get them to do? What sort of stuff is that?
The big one in the UK in the past couple of years has been gender recognition in the public media. We don't have a lot of the same sort of turf nonsense on the island of Ireland. In GB in England, Scotland and Wales, we're lucky in that way. Feminism and women's rights here it takes more of a post-colonial stance and organizes in different ways. So there's been a few reasons why we haven't had that over here. But it's working with schools and talking with individual teachers and the education department, trying to get them to support transgender people in any sense has been difficult, but we're getting there. 97% of schools here are religious run or church run. Usually nominally Catholic schools or nominally Protestant schools. So there's a lot of work to be done there. We also have a gender identity service, which for trans people who want to medically transition, whose waiting list hasn't moved in around a year, which has been quite urgent for so many folks. So we do a lot of crisis intervention work around that as well. Some really difficult stuff. A lot of things that Susie from Mermaids was talking about yesterday, we do as well. We sort of cover a lot of the same work here in Northern Ireland. Mermaid works in the rest of the UK, and we specialise to this awful part of the world.
The thing you say about post-colonial stances is interesting, because I think in the US and the UK especially, the brand of feminism that's become the most mainstream is kind of that of the ruling class, effectively. Like, it's not kept in mind that, you know, there was a system that caused a lot of this stuff. It's just kind of gone. It's the same, but, you know, moderately more further forward, and it's not really very much.
More women prison guard.
Yeah, like literally.
Yeah, there's a lot of there are feminist activists and organisers who have been on the ground since the height of the Troubles and before here in Belfast, and have learned a lot from. When you're working together to build peace, it tends to mean those sort of intersectional issues. They don't become necessarily easier, but the solutions are different. And our peace process is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Bomb last night and other nonsense shows that, but and not having a government for 2 years. But feminism here can be really, really wonderful. It tends to be really sex worker inclusive on the whole. It tends to be really trans inclusive on the whole. You get invited to be involved with everything. Been involved in helping the new rape crisis centre open. It's just really, it's such a difference to the things that we see folks especially in England, having to go through at the moment. It's so damaging. It's so damaging, and you see the folks, like my colleagues who work in England, especially, who are, I don't know how they deal with it. The fallout every single day, Twitter, public media, in the newspapers especially. They've very thick skins.
Yeah.
You're doing very good at this, by the way. I'm very impressive.
Thank you. I'm almost surpassing that of a child.
I've been trying to beat Crash Team Racing all day, so doing better than that.
Which one? The old PlayStation one?
Yeah. I don't have the hardware, unfortunately.
I remember that game being really cool. Basically, my memory of the PlayStation is sorted into two categories. It's games that I actually had and games that my friends had that seemed way cooler than anything I had, and that was one of them.
Yeah. Crash Team Racing was the only PlayStation game I was ever. But I'm playing it.
Sorry, you cut out for a second. You were ever.
I only have. I was the only game I was ever in that. Unfortunately, it was. I'm now trying to play another ThinkPad through an emulator, which isn't the easiest thing.
Yeah, I'm using an Xbox One controller, which is not ideal, but it means that it's slightly better on my thumb. I know there are some people who've made like actual like N64 controller like improved ones that go into the N64. I should get one of those next time. Like ones that are built to work exactly like a 64 controller, but the thumb pad on the stick doesn't kill your thumb. Which I remember having welts as a kid, just having a big mark where the solid plastic had left its mark.
The N64 was always like a magical thing to me. A family friend who I assumed was really wealthy. They weren't actually. They just had an N64. I never played it until this year, apart from seeing like the first level of Super Mario 64. It's very good. I'm getting asked by people in the chat, in my Twitter DMs and everything else, to put my cat on. He's outside, probably beating up other cats, so I can't put him on.
Nice. How long has he been playing Beaver Bother again? Probably only about 10 minutes so far, so we got a while to go.
Alrighty, since there is a lull, I think I'm actually going to take time to step out because I do want Ben. Thank you again so much for having me on. I really do appreciate it. If you need any more of the gamer FAQs, Harris, I can send that down to you. Make sure that
I'll get the chat to help. Awesome.
Perfect.
That's awesome. Thank you.
But yeah, absolutely. Thank you everybody so much for listening to me. And follow me on Twitter at leftist, LEFTIST, thought, THOT 420. And you have a great rest of your day, everybody. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Give me the hole. Introduce it to me. There we go. Ugh. I'm getting tilted by this level again. I thought it would be easier, but it doesn't. It doesn't get easier because it doesn't make any sense. It's a nightmare. I'm down to 1. I can get it down to 1.
Phone is dying from all these new cat followers.
Okay.
I'm getting called out by Chris Morris bits. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Chris Morris bits. Do good work clipping bits of Chris Morris videos and putting them on Twitter. We live in a generation where not many people have seen the best shows in the world made ever by Chris Morris.
Is it okay for me to be here?
Sure.
Sweet. Hello. I am Malloru at the Malloru. I was here for the Skeleton Crew, and I run the semi-official Skeleton Crew Twitter for questions and fan art.
Wow.
People really liked the Skeleton Crew. They drew lots of fan art of us in boats. It was great.
What happened? People took over my stream while I was asleep. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
We had like 17 people in the voice chat at once, all yelling over each other about flags and bones and which cryptid is the most fuckable. It was...
Good. When Pia Brando made this Discord server a day ago, bet they didn't expect all these people to be in it.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning, Jim Sterling, left at London, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, maybe.
Bernie Sanders.
God himself.
Sanders Kong. Bernie Sanders. Jesus 2.
Electric Boogaloo. Donkey Kong is actually just the reincarnation of Christ that will come to us before he battles.
Donkey Kong is actually the pre-incarnation of Bernie Sanders.
Donkey Kong is the Rogue One to Bernie Sanders' Star Wars trilogy.
Nice. So it's better.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It's way better. I like Rogue One. I don't know what I enjoy about it, but
it's a good move.
Yeah.
It's got Mads Mikkelsen in it.
Yeah, I like the way they execute the plot of a story you've seen before. The way they make it interesting is it's like this thing wasn't just a design flaw. It was someone did this on purpose. I appreciate that because there's all kinds of like World War II era stories of people who did not agree with what the Germans were doing, sabotaging their stuff. Like people like to say, oh, you know, the Germans lost because they went into Russia and it was cold. But that's not quite true. It was cold, but there were all kinds of other things hamstringing them, and one of them was all the people working for the German army who did not want to, and hated them, and sabotaged all of their shit. Like, there are, like, stories of people just deliberately breaking, or deliberately pretending were broken, all kinds of important things that the Nazi war machine needed built, and...
unfortunately, the vast majority of them were still horrible people. But there was enough like people fucking it up behind the scenes to make it tangible difference.
Like there were a lot of plots to kill Hitler by Germans. Like
because people didn't like him.
Yeah. I mean, it's a myth that Hitler was even elected. That's something that's a Nazi lie, a literal Nazi lie. Like
it is propaganda.
Yeah, he was given that position as a what's the word, conciliation? Like as a your people won't stop, and you lost, but here, please stop. And who'd have thought?
Yeah.
He seized power.
President von Hindenburg or something was like, I'm not gonna deal with the SA. Fuck that. And and then he died, and Hitler made it one thing to do, which isn't how elections work.
M-Fiction says, fun fact, it's presumed a big reason for the unreliability of early Tiger tanks was sabotage by the factory workers. Yeah, like...
For early what, sorry? You could...
Tiger tanks.
I just really like
Schindler's List, where...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just really like
go ahead.
speech at the end, like the very last speech by the last opposition party before the Weimar Republic was dissolved is like epic, and it's like been erased from history. But it's like if you read the transcript, it's fucking it's pretty amazing.
That sounds awesome. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah. This is particularly relevant, but another thing that was all but erased from history by the Nazis was their Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft, which was a research facility in Weimar Germany into gender and sexuality, and the Nazis burnt it to the ground, raided its library, and took all the addresses of its patients.
And that's where we get the famous photographs of the burning book.
Yep.
Also, like, one of the reasons why Nazis new and old are not fans of the Frankfurt School is because the Frankfurt School originally was in a place in Germany called Frankfurt before they moved to America. And they moved to America because they predicted the rise of fascism correctly and accurately. So they're kind of seen by Nazis as the ones that got away. So there's always this kind of, if only we got them, sort of feel.
Or Einstein, who got out of Germany, and then... He didn't actually write the letter, but he put his name on the letter to give it more sway, telling the Americans to make a bomb because the Nazis are going to... How is bothering beavers going? It sounds like an innuendo.
If you outlaw bothering beavers, then only beavers will be able to bother you.
Does it feel like the difficulty has increased this round?
I feel like this one's slightly... It's the same. It's this. I think I maybe have more time? I don't know. It's the same. They just make you do it again. There are 10 unused minigames in the code, according to people who've, like, looked. And they make you play Beaver Bother twice! And it's... it's despicable!
It really is the Dark Souls of collectathon.
Cut his mic. Get him out. Get them out. Delete.
At the very least, it's clear proof that the creators wanted you to suffer.
Yeah. They did this on purpose.
I mean, I guess this was at a time whenever playtesting was like an afterthought.
Get Kirk Hoke back in here.
Grant, yeah.
If he tells us
now,
who is responsible.
Yeah.
If he tells us who's responsible, he gets to live.
I'm gonna... Yeah.
This is so stressful.
When the credits are rolling, there will either be one name in specific we know to look at, or all of them.
Or a list of people that we can use to find that one name.
Hi. Has someone joined? Or...
If people are joining, I will cycle out. I don't think anyone has joined at the moment.
Okay.
We've some more people here who might like to talk about some stuff.
Absolutely.
Cool. I just wanted to come in and talk about Skeleton Crew, so I'll cycle out now.
Thank you very much for doing that work. That's awesome.
It was our pleasure. Thank you to the Skeleton Crew, to the mods. You can follow Skeleton Crew at Crew Skeleton with a K. You can follow me at the Mallory at Twitter. Goodbye. All.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna cycle out too. Thanks so much. It was a lot of fun last night. A lot of fun today. Thank you so much for doing this important work and for bringing all these people together to do this incredible thing that doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, the important work is everyone who's not playing Beaver Bother. Everyone else behind the scenes is doing the work. I'm just playing a video game. I'm just, yeah.
This looks like pain. It looks like torture, to be honest.
Yeah, my thumb is starting to lose all of its skin. It's excellent. But, I hate that it's this hard. I apologize to everyone who has to watch. The amount of viewers is going up. People seem to want to watch me suffer. Like, it doesn't seem to... I keep thinking, I need to win, alright, because it's not entertaining the audience, but the entertainment is the fact that I'm not doing it, so...
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi.
So this is, I'm bringing in a couple of people. What the Trans podcast, and is it Tennessee Pete to talk some trans issues?
Yeah, I am currently Tennessee Pete, but I used to be I Am Loafman and Send Luids. My current Twitter account is one that I don't post on. I just friend statuses and hang out in group chats.
Schadenfreude, that's what this is.
Should we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, sorry. Please introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Dan. I'm a teacher in England. I asked to come on because I have experience working with trans kids through nervous because I'm in the presence of some heroes of mine right now, but I'm keeping it low-key, right?
Okay.
I run a pride club, and I've walks with other teachers to explain how to nurture and support trans children as since the trans well, not trans club, the pride club is relatively new. We're having this may regard as a wave of new students coming out, but finding it hard to cope.
Yeah.
There's the victims,
when
of course,
finally sort of find the words for something they're experiencing, you're going to get that, and that's...
Of course,
it means there's a lot to have to handle.
It's it's basically just been having to say, yeah, they do know, and we actually do have to believe them than to attempt to.
Nice.
Their experiences are made up. I'm sorry, I'm talking over.
No, please continue.
No, two people joined, and I've spoken the whole time, so.
No, it's been good. I'm glad that you share that stuff. I think you're doing the actually important work. I'm literally just playing a video game. I'd love you to continue, please.
It's hard work.
I'll let the second person who joined talk about themselves for a bit first.
Sure, thank you.
I guess that's me. Hello, my name's Michelle O'Toole. I'm a journalist, done some work for Pink News and New Statesman and other places. I currently do a podcast called What the Trans. You can check out wherever you get your podcasts. That's the nepotism done. Yeah, I'm pretty much here just to talk about like some benefits issues that disproportionately face trans people. If you let me, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is a very, very surreal experience. Hello, Chelsea Manning.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, very nice to meet you. I've been researching you for about 2 weeks because I was going to do like a special on like your life and stuff. So it's very surreal to actually have the chance to talk to you.
Oh yeah, I'm not here for interviews though. Just we are.
Fair enough.
Oh, cool. We found Cranky.
Here's support.
Cool.
Oh yeah, by the way, Harris, well fucking done. You're a goddamn genius and a hero, and everyone loves the shit out of you.
Well, thank you, but I don't know what to say.
Wow. Massively seconded. Absolutely back up.
Yeah, like, I mean, I've got like some trans friends who aren't really into gaming or had no idea what Twitch was, who are currently now watching. Like, that's how big of a thing it is. Like, they don't understand what Donkey Kong 64 is. They don't understand how any of this works, but they're here somewhere.
I've recently
That's
realized
what
Twitch
Magnetic
is.
Warfare is.
Yeah, it's
We're in the meme wars.
It's for a certain generation. It's not necessarily something that everyone understands. But having been streaming on Twitch non-stop for a while, I've become very intimately aware of it. But it's Why are 13,000 people watching this? Oh, jeez. Yeah, like
it's Schadenfreude.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, everyone was tweeting like, he's on Beaver Bother again. Get him.
I'm not gonna lie, when you did it last night, I was up at 6 AM watching that, and I actually got out of my seat and cheered when you finally did it. I was alone in my flat at 6 AM just shouting at my TV.
Wow. It's perhaps the only achievement ever. I'm putting that on my CV. I've beaten Beaver Bother.
Beaver Bother beat you, but be honest.
Okay, yeah. It put me through the ringer, and then eventually it, bequeathed me a win. Just
submit.
Yeah. Is that big chasm that goes through the castle? So, where do I have to go to be in the other place? And the forest is the one with there's a little cannon, and then if I go as Diddy can, yeah.
I'm going to cycle out here and let some folks come in.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you so much, Harris.
Thank you very much, Alan.
I've been getting DMs all day from people saying like that it's amazing. So,
you're amazing.
This sort of thing changes people's lives, even if they're not immediately affected by this money. My doorbell has just rang. But
that's your next guest. They've shown up at your
my
house.
Next guest.
That's the pizza.
I'm Ellen from now on, all over the internet. My good cat is the good cat boy, and I'll be around all evening in the chat. Sure.
Lovely.
Have fun. Please don't die.
Thank you. GG 420.69 Alan. Oh wow. That's. Why is this happening? And where is... Ollie's about to give $300 more. Oh, wow.
Gotta say, last night I got curious and loaded up Donkey Kong 64 on my Wii U, and I tried to play it, and I couldn't get past the tutorial.
Yeah, it's one for the ages.
Yeah, it's not aged well.
Yeah.
I mean, it got a Metacritic score of 90, so...
This was in the 90th percentile in 1999.
This was like.
I mean, who would argue with Metacritic?
Wasn't that the same year, like when Half-Life came out, the original one, and things like that?
Game of the year, yeah.
But that was on.
Verge just passed 180,000.
Wow.
What on earth, lads?
What on earth, indeed. I will have you know though that 1999 on the PC, which is a good multiple decades ahead. Whisk Gang. Thank you, Whisk.
Oh, one thing, Harris, I'm sorry. I heard a rumor that you went to Aberystwyth University.
Yes, that's true.
So did I. I was there 2004, 2007.
Wow, I was 2011 till 2014. So.
Oh.
I also went to Aberystwyth.
Really? When?
And graduated last year.
Wow! Incredible. We've almost got the entire time span of Aberystwyth. Wow.
I feel so old. Was the Bay still a place when you were there, or the Glen, or anything?
Not really. I didn't socialize. The thing I was famous for before I screamed on the internet was I would walk around at like 4 AM in my dressing gown trying to buy milk, because the spa was open 24 hours. So I would, whenever I needed food, I would walk to the spa in my pajamas, and eventually, like, a picture of me, like, as the dude started circulating, and I realized I had to make some changes. And,
I'm very familiar with that spa. I'm very familiar with their prawn sandwiches I get after a night.
You get an Aberystwyth gang in the chat, please.
Did Lip Licking Chicken, was that open when you were there?
I think there was a Sam's Chicken and a Marco's, I remember.
Yeah, Marco's is still open, but there's a really bad chicken place that's absolutely horrible that is basically only open when they know a lot of people are drunk. And that's an experience. Yeah.
Oh wow, we've passed 1,800,000.
180,000.
180.
1,800,000 would be 1.8 million, I think.
Yes. 180.
I don't think a million's off the table at this point.
Incredible.
I reckon it could get to 250,000 easily.
Yeah, only if I somehow fail to ever finish this game. If the stream literally never stops, we may one day reach that, but there is an end in sight. There is a theoretical end. I just need to find Cranky. So I hope that whoever told me that there's an upgrade for this run was not lying, because I've lost an hour searching for it in these caves.
We just need more money.
Can we best? Yeah, can we go longer than GDQ did? Just with this. That's my test.
Just extremely slowly.
My views, like, for my stream has, like, it was like 100,000, I think, and now it's 500,000 of just the stream. Oh no.
So, I was going to ask what the trans podcast wanted to talk about, how benefits are disproportionately hurting trans people in the UK.
Right there, this is my pet issue. I just did a whole episode on it.
Right.
Basically, it sort of started when I was working as a journalist, and Daniel Blake came out and all that stuff, And then I had to go through it like twice, and it was the actual assessments themselves. Like, for people that don't know, if you claim benefits in the UK for disabilities and what have you, you have to go through this horrific test. It's called the Work Capability Assessment Test, and it is particularly bad for like anyone, like cis, trans, whatever. But as a transgender woman, it was uniquely challenging because they don't really have any questions on the forms for like, why do you have depression? Why do you have anxiety? And you get to explain, oh, it's because I came out as trans and things were a bit of a nightmare for a while or whatever. You don't really get a chance to explain that. It's basically all points. You've got to score a certain amount of points to get the benefits. But yada, yada, yada. The long story cut short, it's a horrific process that is more disproportionately likely to affect trans people by a long way, because trans people on a whole are more likely to be mentally disabled. Not because they are trans, but because of the things that get thrown at trans people in life, like, something like in a recent report, there were 7 out of 10 trans people reported that they suffer depression and stuff like that. And with the NHS not getting enough money, it's a whole massive clusterfuck that is sort of laying out like a whole generation of trans people, and they're not getting the help they need.
Yeah.
So I guess I wanted to come on here just to say, like, to people, like, if this has happened to you, or this is going to happen to you, or someone who's had it happen to you, there's a few things you can do. You can write to your MP, go scream at your MP. I know they're all busy doing Brexit bollocks, but you are still their constituents, so you got to listen to what you say. You can go check out Mind. They were pretty good to me. Citizen Advice Bureau, they really helped me a lot with filling in the forms and stuff. Like, you get this ridiculous 50-page form. It's a nightmare. Like, I personally myself suffer from an anxiety disorder that meant that bureaucracy was not necessarily a bureaucracy that had my ability to pay rent on the line wasn't exactly what I needed to do. If you know what I mean, it's a bit of a weird one. So yeah, you can also reach out to your community if this is something that's going to happen to you. Because yeah, people are out there. People in the community help. I actually emailed Ollie from Philosophy Tube in the middle of the night, just like, Ollie, this is happening. You got any book recommendations? I don't know what I was thinking, and he emailed me back with a few books and stuff, and he was really nice. But yeah, reach out to people if this is going to happen to you. And yeah, it's a really big issue that's facing the trans community, and it's not necessarily getting talked about because, fuck nuts like that Dick Biscuit, Graham Linehan's taking away all of all the attention.
Yeah, so much attention is paid to just keeping up with the latest thing that he said, because that is damaging enough because he commands a very large audience that will do what he says. That it kind of does get in the way of the bit where something has to actually be done in a wider way.
I just saw some people on the chat start just yelling out "dick biscuit." I like that.
It's a good word. You made a good choice.
Very. I stole it from Hannah Gadsby at some point. It's not me, but it's very weird to think that like things I say here suddenly get talked about by loads of people there.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you came on to talk about it because that's really important. And the thing
Thanks.
like, yeah, the experience of universally the experience of the job center in general has always been incredibly awful, and they do it on purpose to try and incentivize people getting jobs or not bothering because that lowers their workload and theoretically, means higher employment. But that's not what happens. That's not how it actually works. It just means that everyone's life is hell, and it's deliberately done by a ruling party that hate poor people, and because a lot of marginalized people end up poor for obvious reasons. It ends up being effectively structural racism, sexism, and transphobia. When I was growing up, one of my best friends was kicked out of his house because he came out as bi to his parents, and that meant that it's not like, oh, they were being homophobic by not being able to find a home for him. It's just that he was put in a position where he needed that because of events completely beyond his control because of his sexuality, and then so effectively it's a system that does that to people in practice, because that happens to a lot of folks. And I think that's the reason why I keep coming back to the quote from the 15-year-old kid on the Mermaids page, because it I kind of know that. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're doing such incredible work. I feel almost like an ant among giants here, because most of what I do essentially boils down to explaining to teachers that nobody cares about house points enough to pretend to be a girl for the sports day.
What are house points? They don't actually still have those. They didn't even have house points when I was in high school.
They didn't mind, but it was weird. Mine was like a public school, just a basic school, but it had two houses, east and west, and they would compete against each other. It was really bizarre. I'd never heard any other school around me doing that. It was really strange.
We have 5 houses right now just to split the students up a wee bit, because we've only got 1,500 students, but
it's divide and conquer. If you get them competing with each other, they won't rise up against the teachers.
There is a minority of teachers.
If you can convince them not to unite against the 1%, that's what you really want.
Hey, y'all are trending on the Twitch homepage.
Oh
you've got
goodness.
DrCon64 on the front page.
Wow. Oh, well then, in that case, that just undoes any good work I've ever done. Wow.
I completely forgot that Chelsea Manning is in here as well.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning is in my Discord. What has happened?
Whatever.
Yeah, this has not happened before. It's nice. It is nice to find. I've been so tired that it's not really dawned on me yet that I've met you yet. But it's nice meeting you, Chelsea.
I've been trying to reach out to you for at least 8 months.
You're kidding, really?
Yeah, it's just really hard. I'm busy and
Yeah, I get a lot of DMs.
Because I followed you,
don't see
and
them.
I think my DMs just are out in the ether.
You follow me? I didn't even notice. What? Oh no.
Yeah, I've been following you for. I'm a subscriber and a follower. Yeah.
Oh no! Wow. I'm finding out just now, and that's amazing.
Congrats, I guess.
Thank you.
You did check your DMs, yo.
Yeah, I get a lot. I keep them open just in case anyone wants to get in touch. But that means a lot of people get in touch, and eventually I stop looking. It's my mistake.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I realize I'm talking to someone who definitely also gets it. So I looked up a tutorial, and they said that what you do is you make short hops. And the video tutorial actually said, since everyone seems to suck at this game, so I guess there are some, like, DK64 pros out there who know what you're actually supposed to be doing, and they're here to help.
Watching the stream right now.
I need to thank all the YouTubers who have provided tutorials for this game over the years, because they've done the real work. They've saved me. Everyone go to the Conquer King YouTube channel. It's the creators of Conquer, talking about how terrible their game is. Oh. This... It's never gonna end.
The low energy portion of the stream where you've just woken up.
I've been awake for a while now. It's just, it just doesn't stop.
There's been a lot of Donkey Kong in your life in the past couple of days.
Yeah, there's been a lot, and it doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. There's going to be Donkey Kong in my life forever until I definitely beat it. And
forever.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a few roadblocks to that because the game is bad.
Oh, it's all about the charity in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm being prevented by a force known as... Wait until you have all the banana fairies, then turn on unlimited crisp. That's literally a cheat. I can't use cheats. The stream has been reset already, yeah. We've passed the 48-hour mark. We're only 9 hours into this side of the stream. Use cheats. So what was your favorite game growing up, Chelsea?
Oh, my favorite game growing up?
Yeah.
I played a shit ton of GoldenEye 007. That was just the amount that I played on the 64 of that game with with the grid, like everybody watching the fucking everybody was like, I could see, like, I learned how to see what the other players were, where the other players were, and when they were gonna shoot me when I was in multiplayer mode. So, I just have a lot of memories of that.
Wow.
Just trying to think what other games did I played a lot of SimCity, so I was really into simulation games, and real-time strategy games. So the Command & Conquer series all the way up to Generals. I stopped at Generals. Generals just didn't. I didn't like the I liked the sprite-based RTS games. So I was mostly a PC gamer. I wasn't a console gamer, but I did play a lot of console games.
Hold down the run button, you can sprint. There is not a run button, that's a lie. You're cheating me. That's really interesting to hear. I've recently found an emulator that you can use a mouse and keyboard to play GoldenEye, and it's an amazing game still. It's just very hard to play. Okay.
Did you guys ever play Time Splitters?
Yes, yeah.
That was like sort of GoldenEye, but with more stuff.
Wasn't
it made by the same people or something?
I think some of them did. Yeah, they're Crysis now, aren't they?
Similar.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark was very similar.
I had to go to the bathroom for a sec. I'm gonna make another coffee.
Coffee gang. Coffee gang.
Big gang.
So yeah, I think I'm going to cycle out a bit, once Harris gets back. So let somebody else have a go.
You. I might have mermaids back on.
Oh, say hello to Susie from me. I think I know her, or maybe I don't know. I don't know anything. This is going to be a very surreal experience. But yeah, I'm going to cycle out. So I'll stick around till Harris comes back and I'll say goodbye and stuff.
All right.
If that's okay. Is that okay? I don't know what I'm doing, Casey. Help me.
I'm in a similar boat, but I'm just keeping my mouth shut.
Autonomy in the truest form.
So yeah, I'll probably kick myself I don't ask this. Chelsea, how do you fancy being a guest on the UK's only, to my knowledge, trans podcast about new stuff?
It sounds good. I would just probably have to go through my manager. I'm writing. There's the logistics that I have to deal with writing the book, and basically all of my, this is just me kind of like doing whatever. So this is like me just sitting here typing my book, and I leave the press stuff to the press people. So
Fair enough, that makes sense. I just figured, don't ask, you don't get.
yeah, but yeah, there's if you DM me, then you can get. If you DM me on Twitter, I usually send all the requests and they get pulled together. So
Cool, okay. Not gonna lie, it's not a very big podcast. Our numbers are around 200.
That won't stop me.
Sorry?
Hi. So we have Owl here. So would you like to introduce?
Hello. Sure. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Okay.
Perfect. Hi. I'm Owl. I am a non-binary activist from Iceland, but I'm living in the UK now, and I co-run the film project My Generation. And I am also a big supporter of mermaids, and really happy to be here and see this stream happening. I think it's really, 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 really cool.
That's fantastic. And sorry, Harris has just gone to get coffee, but this is fantastic.
Cool. So how long is left of the whole stream now? How long have you been going? I haven't been able to pay full attention, but I see there's a lot of money been raised already.
It's going on as long as it needs to.
Cool.
So until he finishes the game.
Wow.
So a lot of people in the chat are saying hi Owl, Owl rules, you're awesome.
Thanks, that's very sweet.
And I don't think we've had many non-binary people on, so this is excellent to have somebody non-binary to talk.
Cool. That's really nice.
Is there anything you'd like to tell people?
Sure. I mean, I can just talk about, I guess not everybody is familiar with what non-binary is and what it really means and stuff. So I guess I can just give you a brief and try not to be boring while I do it as well, because people tend to switch off when you start to talk about more, more semantics of things, but I'll try to make it as entertaining as possible. But I guess, I mean, I can only speak from my personal experience as a non-binary person, and for me it sort of means living outside these sort of traditional boxes of what it is to be a man and a woman. And I think for a lot of people that seems quite strange, because we live in such a binary society where everybody has to be a man or a woman. So when somebody says actually I'm not, people get quite uncomfortable. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what it is to be non-binary, and I've seen that a lot on these sort of forums and chats where people are a bit confused as to what non-binary means, and they think it means just denouncing stereotypes and not wanting to be, a stereotypical woman or a stereotypical man. But it's about something much more deeper than that. And I think for non-binary people, it's a gender identity in itself, just as being a man or a woman. And a lot of people have a hard time grasping it, and it's difficult for many people to understand. But I think in the end we can only speak from our own experiences, and I think you don't necessarily have to understand or realize what it's like. It's just an experience that people have individually, and you can't really know what anyone else feels like. You can only know what you feel like. And I think people need to sort of let go of this idea that you can relate to someone 100%, and if you can't, then it's not real.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry, I just came
yeah.
back. Someone in the chat is asking, who's this Baldy? Hi, I'm theoretically the host, but I'm usually asleep.
Oh yeah, hi, good to meet you. Hi.
You're absolutely right that you don't. Like, there are so many aspects of this that I still don't fully understand, but I don't need to.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of people, that actually is the key, is realizing that you might not ever get this, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, and I think that people sometimes, they just want to think they have to understand everything, and I think they have to be able to know, the word definition of every single identity or word out there. But it's not about that. Not everybody has to understand every single thing. But you kind of just have to accept that people are different and people can be all sorts of things. And, yeah.
It's funny. It's quite a. It's a libertarian standpoint of, like, who am I to tell you how to live your life? But they don't take that as far enough as to say, but you should be accepted and supported in doing so. It's more like, oh no, I can buy any illegal drug I want, maybe. I can inject whatever I want into my veins, but it should be very, very hard for you to get medical treatment. Like, what?
I know, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? And it's just, and it always strikes me how bothered people are about something that doesn't affect them in any possible way.
Yeah.
Because the only thing, people being themselves, as long as they're not harming anyone else, it shouldn't matter, and it shouldn't be a matter of anyone's opinion. Because everybody's like, well, it's my opinion that you're a man or you're a woman. Well, nobody cares about your opinion, really, because it's not an opinion.
I remember, this was when I was quite young. The first time I ever got drunk, I think I would have been like 14, 15. I asked my one lesbian friend what it was like to be gay, because I hadn't come to terms with my own stuff then. And she said, I don't know. What's it like to be straight? And I went, oh. I needed that. And that was like a big experience that affected how I think about this. I was like, oh, of course, because there's aspects of my experience no one else is ever going to get either. And as I get older and more weird, as all people inevitably do, the gap's only going to widen. And the only solution to that is to be like, understanding that that's okay. And people are going to be very different.
Yeah, and I think when people sort of realize that not everybody's like them and not everybody fits into the mold, that's when people start opening up, and they just need to realize, not everybody's the same, and that's okay. Yeah.
This is me bringing up everything bad I've ever said, so that I can acknowledge. So I'm acknowledging it. Here's my crimes, just so you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to cycle out. I just wanted to say before I go, Harris, thank you very much for all you're doing.
Thank you for coming on.
It's all good. We usually have like a non-cis people policy for guests on the podcast, but I think you've bought your way in at this point. So, an honorary trans person, if you want to be on the show at any point, just hit me up on Twitter at @whatthetrans, and we'll sort it out.
That's very, very cool of you. If I ever have anything worth saying, I'll let you know. Or worth listening to, at least. But cool. That's a very lovely invitation. Wow.
It's all good. Nepotism. My name is Michelle O'Toole. I have a Twitter @whatthetrans. You can find all the information on where to find the podcast there, and send me messages, abuse, whatever you want. Very nice to meet you, Chelsea. Al, very nice to hear from you.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to hear from you too.
Yeah, I'll probably see you soon at the next trans thing at some point, probably at Pride or something. Say hello to Fox for me.
I will. It's a small community, isn't it? We always see each other at events. So see you.
We're always bumping into each other at strange things like this. Anyway, I'm out of here. Thank you very much for letting me say my piece. And good luck. Thanks.
Hi.
Thank you.
Anna, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Cheers. See you later. Bye.
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 I'm going to do something extremely similar. But before I go, I'd just like to about how the Pride Club I helped set up has led to some students utterly blooming, and how as a teacher to see. And before so, I'd like to note that I'm myself bisexual and non-binary, so setting up a club where other students can was hugely important to me. When we first set it up, not many people showed up. It was only ever the people that were already out as some various letter in a long acronym. But over the next couple of weeks, slowly more and more kids started showing up, and then they would be quiet for a couple of meetings and then start to talk. And they told us about how they've made friends through this club, and they've talked extensively about how safe environment for them has given them the strength to come out to their teachers and to their parents. And it's just genuinely things in the world is to see a child finally grow into themselves and come to terms with who they are. So, oof. It's been pretty solid. As a teacher, you really have two main functions, and that is to dispense knowledge and to nurture children. And maybe somewhat forgotten, but all you can ever do is be an ear for someone. You can help them out by, even if you don't have to go to the length of starting a support group, but if you are just there for someone repeatedly, world of difference. We live in with climate change and all of that. We do certainly live in a society, is one thing I note. But we live in a world where people feel a need to save everyone around them, and if you can only save one person, that's wonderful. So if that one person is yourself, or sometimes it's a close friend. So do everything you can to whoever needs you. I do not have a Twitter account to plug. My sister is trans, and she is the source of so I will plug hers here. She is at Raptors and 2 underscores. That's RAPTORS__. Thank you ever so much for having me on, and please keep up with the good
What's
Hmm.
your SoundCloud?
At Wolfman, I think, actually. But
Thank you for coming on. I'm glad we've managed to get some people on to talk about that stuff. It's been quite nice.
We're all beautiful people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lofi.
Right out. Good night, friends.
Good night.
Maybe I'll show
Good
up with the
night.
skeleton crew. Bye.
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 In all the time that since I've joined, we have advanced 1%. I need to beat this fucking rabbit. I believe the
didn't
trick is
realize-
sometimes the rabbit gets stuck.
I didn't realize that this game was this involved.
That's the wrong thing. Went to the wrong island. There is a 48-hour limit for the stream, but we've already stopped and started 9 hours ago, so we're good. We got this. Hashtag, we got this.
Nice.
Use the gun on the rabbit. Wait, can you attack the rabbit? Is this like a beetle situation where it turns out you can slap it and that's how you win? The final boss fight is right there. I could end this. You have some really tight movement, yeah. You have to know exactly what you're doing. It's so much. Right. Do you mind if I invite someone in here?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who to get in next, so...
I want to make sure I get a chance to talk to everyone who I'm personally a fan of, who happens to be around and want in on the stream, so I'm going to see if I can quickly invite in a friend of mine. Could someone post the invite link in the chat? How do I create an invite? Instant invite? Okay, hold on. There we go. Send invite to this person.
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. I think I'm gonna.
Hello.
I think. Hi.
Hello.
I think I'm gonna mute for a bit.
Hey.
Okay. Hey. Who's this?
This is Jeff Fu, aka Mother's Basement on YouTube, and you are the famous Gerald Bomberman, aren't you?
It's me. It's Gerald. It's me. It's me, Gerald. Yeah. I ran into you very briefly at a con.
VidCon. It was
Yeah.
like a few years ago.
Yeah,
at
2017.
VidCon.
A very tall man was walking around, and a lot of young people were trying to talk to him, and I managed to trick you into giving me a business card or something because I still have it. But yeah, big fan of your work, and it's cool to have you on.
Well, thank you. I am a big fan of your work too. Actually, like your videos on Fallout and on Flat Earth. Flat Earth is one of my favorite games that you've reviewed so far.
Flat Earth.
Just think...
Yeah, it's a classic game, but that needs a quick revisit. Somehow the YouTube algorithm has been tricked into serving that to people. I don't really know what's happening with it, but
it draws a lot of comments from people ridiculing it, I think, and that anything that generates controversy gets sent to YouTube's algorithm.
it's weird. I don't understand why it's so controversial though. The Earth is not a globe; it's a frisbee. I had a really great idea for a flat Earth dating app called Frisbee, but
that is a great name. But yeah, it's an upside down frisbee specifically with big ice walls all the way around so that you can't go over the edge.
That's about right. Depends on who you ask. A lot of them just say, "Oh, we don't actually know," but that's not the point. The point is, insert spiel. Oh. I just realized maybe I have to jump in the barrel after he's done talking.
Hello?
The other time. Hello? Who's
Hello.
this?
I'm
Hello.
Maru. Hi.
Maru.
My name is Valerie. I'm a trans woman of color. I'm Arab, more specifically a Palestinian Arab. I live in the US, and hi.
Hi there.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going all right. Today's a lazy Sunday.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just here to talk about any sort of like trans POC issues.
Sure. Go right ahead. The floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you. So my parents are conservative Muslims, and I come from that sort of background, which was like, it's really, really like, so the majority of depictions of trans people you'll see on television or in media will be white trans women, usually middle class, usually straight, usually look femme-ish, and are capable of financial independence. That's not true of the majority of trans POC, and I don't know of any trans POC characters, especially not trans Arab characters. There is no... I've yet to find mention of being Arab and transgender in the media, and I don't know any trans Arab women.
I mean, when you say it, I can't think of a single person that I've ever heard of.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know any public figures, but I certainly know a lot of Persian/Iranian trans women.
That the context behind that is though that it's a bit more open there, but also if you're gay in Iran, they usually force you to transition. So
Yeah. That's
Yeah, I've heard about this.
it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
And sort of the culture in some POC, in some marginalized communities, can be quite transphobic.
Hmm.
And the conception of gender in those marginalized communities can be very different. For example, Pakistan has some of the strongest trans protections in the world because they have a non-binary conception of gender.
Yeah. All the places that weren't completely dismembered by colonialism still have different conceptions of gender than the West. Who'd have thought?
You almost wonder why places in sub-Saharan Africa are so rabidly homophobic. Maybe it has to do with the massive amount of evangelicals that came there during decolonization.
Yeah, fascinating. That's positioned by racists as like, look how far back they are. They don't even like you gay people. It's like, no, you did that. Fuck.
And actually, if I could speak, there's actually a common thing used in Israeli-Palestine discourse that Israel is more tolerant of queer people. It's more tolerant of Jewish queer people, sure, but if you're a Palestinian queer person, generally what happens is if you have any family in any positions of power, you're used as blackmail. Your identity is blackmail.
Wow.
Jeez.
And in Arab countries, it depends on where you are. Tunisia is a bit more open with regards to trans identity, although the culture in a lot of Arab countries is still really backwards because of the extreme Islamist positions advocated by both Iran and the Saudi.
I'm learning a lot right now.
Homosexual relationships were actually a pretty big thing during the golden age of Islam. There was a lot of gay poetry, but that all changed due to colonialism and such.
Hello, Void Burger's here. What are we doing?
Hey, Void Burger.
Hi, Void Burger.
Hi, we are... I'm trying to beat this rabbit. I cheated and almost won, and then the rabbit's hitbox nudged me slightly, and
man.
It utterly
Rabbits
destroyed
will
me,
do
and
that.
I couldn't say anything because something far more important was being talked about. But it did upset me
Damn
very...
Bernie.
So,
Oh, someone asked if I have a Twitter. Can I share that?
please go ahead and share it, yeah.
Maruchan, as in the ramen. Maruchan, 1312. That's my Twitter, and that's all I really have. But yeah, there's a lot of Islamic queer history, but a lot of it got erased due to colonialism and due to those Western conceptions of gender and proper ways to express yourself.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Can I drastically change topics?
Feel free. This is really heavy.
Yeah, I feel like I can't weigh in.
Yeah, I was like, we're probably things are a bit quiet. I can probably get some people from Twitter and YouTube in and chill out for a bit, so I invited you in, and I actually invited you in at the worst possible time when like someone had some really important stories to share.
Oops.
Yeah,
I'm very sorry about that.
You know, like it's
Yeah.
like.
I mean, that's what this is like ultimately all about, and
Yeah.
I don't want to step in as a very straight white cis man on somebody talking about something that important. I don't have a lot of perspective to begin with on how bad this stuff is, and then you finally did it. I'm just watching in the chat. But yeah, I don't have a lot of perspective on how bad this is in general for people like in America in like my economic bracket. But the further away you go from that, and the more problems that are introduced, it's scary.
Yeah.
Do you want a funny topic? Is this heavy?
Yeah. Let's do some. Let's lighten it up for a bit while I try and beat this. Can we keep it light for a while I try and actually beat Donkey Kong?
I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally cool. I'm glad we got you in, but and please feel free to hang out and talk about Donkey Kong and video games if you'd like. I'm sure you enjoy fun things too. Please,
No,
please
it's all,
continue.
yeah, it's not all tower.
Yeah. Voidburger, what were you?
Here's my thing that I am a Twitter about. My heart is stressed from all this weird shit. Turns out the voice actor who plays James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2 is like legitimately fucking insane. Like all the conspiracy theories, all of them, simultaneously.
Wow.
Earth is flat and hollow at the same time. That sort of guy.
Oh, it's it's just a thin crust, like a cracker.
It's somehow both. Like so, trying to get interview stuff out of James Sunderland, the man, because I think he thinks he is James Sunderland. I don't know, but. Don't tell him I said this, he'll like come to my house. But he believes all sorts of stuff, including, I learned this today. This is a new, hard fact about the world from the very, very famous man who played a video game character once because he happened to speak English and lived in Japan at the time and showed up for the thing. But did you know that all companies that manufacture casino machines, like slot machines, stuff like that, every one of them is in the mafia of some sort, a mafia or a cartel. All of them. I mean Bally's. I mean like Konami. I mean like all the people that made like pinball machines.
Yes,
all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
They are all in the mafia.
I've been in a few Japanese pachinko parlors looking for the Silent Hill pachinko machine, and there's a lot of people in suits with that are very clearly obscuring some tats, and
oh yeah, cool. It's not savory. Pachinko is
Pachinko is like a Yakuza business.
It is.
Yeah.
But actually, it's Korean.
What?
Also,
a lot of pachinko parlors are owned by Koreans, but it's like equally also owned by Yakuza, I believe. But like, oh man, it's mind blown.
There was a period in the 90s and 2000s where the Yakuza decided to start spending their money, and so there's a bunch of things that are just, the Yakuza own all of that because they one of them liked it, so they just got real hard into this one gambling machine or something. Like I believe, according to a documentary I saw, they're really into MMA. So
that makes sense.
A bunch of the MMA stuff in Japan is like run by the mafia. Like, yeah, but
the reason why a lot of pachinko parlors are either Korean or Yakuza is because the Yakuza is very Korean. There are a lot of Koreans, because marginalized people will tend to participate in crime, not due to any fault of their own, but because they don't have anywhere else to turn.
No, I'm sorry, Race Realist. It's not because of the crime gene. It's because that's where people trend towards when they have less opportunities in society. Who'd have thought?
Weird.
Have you seen the BuzzFeed article that's like, or Vice or whatever, that's like, meet the trans-ketamine gang in Venezuela?
It's like the coolest gang in the world.
It's a survival economy, and that's what I often like have to talk about in my talks. Is like how a lot of these like a lot of people have to do these things in order to maintain their survival. So of course, the more you crack down on it, the more necessary the market becomes.
Sorry, Jeff, I interrupted you 8 different times.
This is it's interesting. This is tangentially related because you brought up race realists in the context of talking about Japan, and one of like the weirdest talking points I see people bring up when they're talking about ethno-nationalism is they're like, well, don't you want Japan for the Japanese people? And I'm like, they're having a huge population crisis, right?
Yeah.
Their immigration policies are directly related to that.
Yeah.
Ooh, happy 48 hours, by the way.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we did.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we made it. 48 hours.
I never played Donkey Kong 64, but I did play. My cousins up in New York had a Nintendo 64, so I would always go. Whenever we went, I would always play. I specifically remember both Halo Combat Evolved and Super Mario 64. That was one of my favorite.
Yeah. Oh god, Halo. I want to play Halo 1 again and see if it's as bad as I remember it, because I hate it. So you were saying, but anyway, race realism.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on the internet, you see people talk about this stuff quite frequently, and they often bring up Japan as like an example of an ethno-state that works, and it's like their population is currently collapsing.
Yeah,
and
that's bad.
They've got this ongoing campaign to get people to fuck more.
Yeah.
Great campaign.
And they're more stable than other countries in similar situations because they've got like a very conservative do it for the greater good of the populace attitude. That they support each other a lot, but at the same time, like their population is dwindling because they, like every other first world country, they just don't have that motivation to have lots and lots of kids anymore. And it's worse because their immigration policies are so strict. So it's just interesting whenever I see people bring that up as a gotcha, when saying, no, ethno-states work, they make sense. And it's...
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Shinzo Abe. This isn't gonna stop the
your animes aren't working.
Did you see the like advertisement for something that's like encouraging women to do something, and it's like it said in English "shine," which of course in Japanese is "shine," or "die."
Yeah, shine Japanese women, and he said "die" Japanese.
I will say, with regards to the ethno-states thing, Israel like compensates for it, but with Aliyah, which is like you're allowed to immigrate if you're Jewish, which they usually settle those people in towns. I said I wouldn't get dower. They usually settle them in towns that were recently depopulated by military action. So
that sounds like I wouldn't want to move there.
A good person to follow on Twitter that talks about stuff like this is at JusticeKazi _. Kazuma is a trans man in Japan, and also Hafu, so like half Japanese. So he's got so much amazing perspective on this stuff. He's done a bunch of articles for different places about like different video games like Catherine and stuff like that from a trans male perspective and stuff like that. Like really interesting. He's really nice on Twitter.
That's cool. Something to keep in mind about Japan is that even if it is like seen as very conservative, Japan is aware of how it looks, and there are a lot of people in Japan who obviously don't share those perspectives. And the thing I've noticed from being in Japan is it will always surprise you with the extent to which the opposite is always happening. Japan is exactly as complicated as anywhere else. There's always just like Britain is probably really, on reflection, a very conservative country. There are very people who aren't. While I was in Japan, there was a big protest against the government and some of the stuff it was doing. I believe, I'm not sure how open it is, like Japan is trying to basically get an army again, but kind of on the sly. They're also, based on people who've been in like the Hiroshima Museum less recently than me, they're changing some of the wording of their own crimes during the war to kind of like, stuff happened on both sides. It's just kind of like remove some of the stuff, which is a part of history and it's important to remember. But being in Hiroshima, the night I went there, the Hiroshima baseball team, which is kind of a symbol of pride for the area because it's funded by the people who live there and not sponsored by a company, they won a baseball game and everyone in the entire city was out in the street high-fiving in a giant line. And so we were trying to have this somber thing and go to this place that, like, you think of Hiroshima as like essentially a giant memorial to this horrible event, as this very somber place, but it's bursting with life and all the people who live there don't notice any of it, and they're just living their lives and having a normal time. And some of them will walk up to you in the street and ask for a high five because they won the baseball. And that is a night I will never forget, is attempting to go at night to the parts of a museum you can get to at night where it's all very quiet and interesting, and there being too many people because everywhere was happy.
I honestly want...
Everyone should go there at some point, I think. Everyone should go there the night that their baseball team wins.
I really want to visit Japan at some point. It sounds really interesting. I'm just kind of for it.
I'd really recommend it if you can at some point.
It's very worthwhile. I went for the first time with my current girlfriend like 2 years ago. That was one of the first things that we wanted to do. It was like, as somebody who's obviously very, very dedicated to, and some would say obsessed with, parts of Japanese culture, it was interesting to see what that comes from. But it's also just like, it's a really different kind of place. It's very clean, and very
which is shocking because there's no receptacles anywhere.
Yeah, there's no trash in Japan. Like, there's no trash cans in Japan.
Yeah.
I was like, where the fuck do I throw my shit out?
Yeah.
There
It's
were
so
a
cool.
lot. There were a lot of points where I was walking through this like, it almost reminds me of going to a theme park because everything is so clean, and they just there's so many.
Well, there's a lot of like personal
Centuries.
responsibility, like
Mhm.
ingrained in the citizenry in general. Like, they don't want to make a mess of stuff, you know.
Yeah, it's shocking how much of culture is purely just, oh, it started out that way and now we all do it, and now that has led to a superior difference in some capacity in the country. Just like, oh, we don't have receptacles and everyone just brings their trash with them and doesn't make a mess, and that just means no one makes a mess just because it's been ingrained, and like that's just a normal thing. It's super weird.
Oh god, it's the complete. I lived in
Do you
Jerusalem.
want to hear an interesting anecdote about?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I lived in Jerusalem for certain portions of my life, and it's completely different there. So first off, people will just generally put their garbage on like these little sections of the street on the sides of the street because, well, in the old city at least, no one drives cars, so it's all walking path. But also, people don't neuter kittens and don't spay cats, and they don't kill cats.
Huh.
So you get lots of trash kittens. Lots of trash kittens.
Wow. Just deliberately creating an army of cats. Can someone do the very hard, difficult activist work of telling me where Diddy Kong's golden bananas are in Fungi Forest? I'm missing one. Technically two, but I have his blueprint, so I think, yeah. So I'm missing, there's a banana somewhere with my name on it.
I would like, if I may, to mention something that eventually leads into a leftist area that I find amusing. I watched a really interesting movie last night called The Wizard of Speed and Time. I don't know if anyone's heard of this. I had not.
I think I've heard the name.
It's basically, okay, imagine somebody's demo reel, but it's a feature film. It's a full-length feature film, but it's also a demo reel, and it's also a manifesto about how there's too many haters out there. And if only these haters weren't so uncreative and awful, the protagonist, which is the director, writer, producer, actor of this, he would change the world with his creative force. And it is surprisingly, I thought this was going to be a one-off joke, and then I realized, oh no, the thesis of the movie is this. It is surprisingly anti-union. It does not shut the fuck up about how unions are terrible in Hollywood. And this is a guy that did work for like Disney and stuff like that. And he's like an animator and a special effects guy from like the 70s and 80s. So like really old like special effects techniques. And all these special effects are really good. I've never before seen like a movie where it's clearly by, from, and about someone who is undeniably talented, but has the shittiest outlook on life, and it completely brings the whole movie down.
Oh yeah, you see that a lot in like when people have bad politics, where they're really creative, but the whole movie's about how they hate the estate tax or something.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, the whole movie was about how unions stifle creativity, and really we don't need them at all. And I was just like, oh, and it was like a live action Ben Garrison cartoon about unions.
I hope everyone's seen the Smart Pipe Adult Swim fake commercial where it's a guy who's got like a copy of Ayn Rand on his desk. He's like, I loved my father, but he was in a union and he failed to innovate. He died. Like,
It's kind of like how the B movie is strangely anti-socialist and anti-regulation.
Oh yeah, it's very like your place is a cog in the machine.
Yeah,
and
you can fucking tell that Jerry Seinfeld made that movie. Like, it's a movie about someone who made a lot of money and wants to have all of it.
Yeah.
And doesn't want anyone who can stop him.
The literal message of the movie is how you need worker alienation, how you need to alienate the products of someone's life.
Yeah, it was basically like, they form a union, yep, good. Oh, but they disrupted the balance of nature. What are you talking about? What? The theoretical free market balance that's caused when people can be freely exploited.
It's such an ass backwards message, just like, the bees seize the means of production and then they just immediately become lazy and stop doing anything. When
Second banana. Did he go through the rafters near the rose bushes with the help of Squawks and get a golden banana? Thank you, water reminder bot. Also, I'll drink some water. Please continue, Jeff. I just I need this 1%.
No, this is important. I understand that banana has been taunting you all day.
I've been running in a circle for an hour.
But yeah, like B movie is such a backwards and unrealistic narrative.
No, really.
I just realized what we're doing. No, please carry on. That's incredible.
It's also like that one fucking scene in the courtroom where he talks about no longer being exploited by the white, literally talking down like POC activists.
Mm-hmm. It's
remember the Holocaust joke in that movie? That was there.
There were some like actually funny jokes.
I just like
movie.
I just like to imagine like parents bringing their like 7-year-old to this movie and like watching it and being like, "Holy shit, that was a Holocaust joke! What am I watching? What is this for kids? Really?"
Somehow Jerry Seinfeld is not okay with unions, but okay with bestiality, i.e. fucking a bee.
Oh yeah,
okay, but that relationship gives us one of the greatest Patrick Warburton lines of all time, which is, "This bee is living my life! When will this nightmare end?"
Also, one of the greatest arguments, like there was some anti-LGBT person was arguing about like how they put so much gay people in stories now. It used to be like normal back in insert year, they said, like when all the movies were good, and so it was like B movie came out that year where a woman has a relationship with a bee, and the guy replies, "But it wasn't a gay bee, was it?"
Completely normal, obviously.
Yeah, having a great time.
Having an extremely normal one.
The most normal time. Is this the new normal? Yes, it is.
Hey folks, could we perhaps cycle somebody out so we can get we can invite Lennon in here?
Oh sure.
Sure, I can cycle out actually. I was just a bit head off, so I'm happy to cycle out.
If that's okay.
Yeah, sure, it's fine. Just wanted to say thanks for the stream and everything you're doing. It's absolutely amazing. And,
thank you for coming on and helping distract me from the pure horror I see before me.
Of course. All right, have a great time and hopefully.
Thank you so much, Al.
Thanks. All right, bye-bye.
Where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitter. You can either just type in owl, or my username is, I'll have to actually say it out because it's difficult to pronounce. So it's at UGLASTEFANIA, Ugla Stefania. If you search owl, you should be able to find me on Twitter, but that's my main thing. Otherwise, check out My Generation, which is the film project that I run with my partner Fox. So yes, I'll leave you to it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming
Bye.
on.
So much,
Bye.
We're currently at, I believe, 89%, and when we get this banana, we might be finally at 90.
But
I hope this Lenin person is just the username of Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
Lenin.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's the ghost of Lenin.
If she comes in, you have to ask her opinion about B-movie.
Yeah, B-movie discussion.
No, I think this is the Lenin that made Guitar Hero. Yeah, this person made Guitar.
Really?
And their mic is muted.
Wow.
Yay!
No, it's not.
Yay!
Hi.
Welcome along.
Welcome, friend.
Hey.
Welcome, comrade.
Well, I just want to say it's awesome what you guys are doing. It's super cool.
I could be doing it better, though. I know if will I raise more or less money if I start being competent at the game?
I think you raise more money the worse you are at Donkey Kong by virtue of just more people being able to watch you be terrible.
If it turns out there's a third Beaver Bother, we might break 1 million.
Oh, damn.
Somebody in chat was saying that there is a third Beaver Bother.
They're lying. That's
When you
not,
beat
that can't be
the last
true.
one.
It can't be real.
That's not possible.
It's not possible.
I don't want to believe.
If I can get game design brain for a second, I was watching you do that race, and the fact that in order to be fast enough to do that race, you need to have a collectible that is limited and that runs out, is such a terrible. Terrible.
I turned cheats
design
on
decision.
to get it, so I could fucking do the race enough times to win.
You literally need to have the crystal coconut to be able to do that. I think.
Yeah, you need to cheat.
The cheat. You
Yeah.
You need the cheat on to be able to do that.
I also had to glitch it out and start with the power up and abuse and after that I was going to start using save states. Apparently the PAL version is just fucked.
I think there's a lot-
unplayable.
Yeah,
think
it's just
there's a-
way harder than it should be because the frames are wrong.
I think there's a lot more wrong with the race than just it being impossible after a certain point.
Yeah.
Generally, games shouldn't be frustrating. They should be difficult but rewarding.
Mm-hmm.
Tell that to most designers.
I mean, there
it's not
was
neither
this whole...
rewarding nor difficult.
There was this whole movement in the 90s to just throw more and more mini games into collectathons. I was replaying the Spyro Reignited trilogy, and it's just one of the worst things that you can do in this kind of game, because it screws up the difficulty curve, and it just introduces this new thing that's not the game that you want to be playing, that you have to do to reach 100%.
It's always used as ways to you take a game that lasts 10 hours and it's how can we make this last 20 hours? A whole bunch of nonsense quests.
Yeah. So it's still a 10-hour game, but with 10 hours of just stuff injected into it.
You do not want to have to do.
This is why I like shorter games, because it's more likely that you're gonna actually enjoy the content in it.
It's all
because
game
it's very
you like.
purposeful content. It's not
Yeah.
shoved in there to stretch for time and make you hang out with the game longer.
One
If
of my
I may,
favorite games of all time.
May I ask who it was who has joined? Because I believe they've joined, and Lennon, and I've not been able to introduce themselves. So would that be okay? Could I?
Hi, Lennon.
Hi. I'm Lennon. Yeah. Thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
What is it you do?
I am an executive producer in the video game industry. So I've been doing it for about 16 years, working on major projects and little projects and kind of I did a lot of stuff in the AAA scene, and
so
now
you
what
know
I'm
where Diddy
doing...
Kong's golden banana is? They got you in to help me, right? The help has finally arrived. The cavalry's here.
But yeah, what I'm doing now is really just helping out indie developers, and I'm trying to kind of represent the trans community in my field because it's very important for representation.
Yeah, and
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and if we can get the producers, then that means that we get the games. You know, they control the
Exactly.
means, and then
Yeah, we control
Yeah.
the games, and then we can remove white men from gaming altogether. Sorry,
Yeah.
H-bomb.
we can push the agenda, and
Oh, that would be nice, but I think we're a little off from that. But
yeah, if you're cis, soon you'll only be able to stream if you're raising money for a trans charity. it'll be mandated.
Anyway, with regards to the minigames chat, one of my favorite games of all time is Superstar Sega, and that had really fun minigames. Like, genuinely just entertaining and fun minigames that didn't feel frustrating. I'm actually not sure what the game design difference is between those and the mess that is Donkey Kong 64.
I think part of it might be that it's an RPG, because RPGs have a sort of different relationship with minigames. In a collectathon, a collectathon's design should always be somewhat varied. You should always be doing something new with each mission, because if you're not, it feels like a grind. But with an RPG, it is a grind. Like, the grind is sort of necessarily part of RPG design to a certain extent. And mini games and things like that help to shake that up, and also make the world feel like it's more than just combat.
yeah, but I think it really matters to the designer to actually work in, like, kind of, if you're going to add these mini games, to actually plan them out as part of the whole design of the game. Otherwise, it does feel just shoehorned in, and that's when you really feel that separation between what you want to be doing and what you kind of have to do.
So,
yeah,
does anyone have a more specific idea for the location of where Diddy's Golden Banana is? Because I saw a thing in the chat mentioning a rose bush, but I've looked around and I can't really see anything. So could you look up a game fact and see, like, hey, where are these 5 bananas for him? And one of them is the one I need, and I'll try and remember all the ones I've got. If someone can become an actual co-host of this, can someone else dedicate themselves to this nightmare?
To help you co-pilot.
I need more blood.
Let's see.
Yeah, that thing you hurt yourself on earlier was a rose bush, that like big hedge around that house,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But
I have not played that game for so long.
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything Diddy Kong
Banana-esque.
Yeah, nothing that was like Diddy Kong can do this and.
Actually, I don't really think collectathons need minigames. A Hat in Time did fine without many at all.
True.
And that didn't feel like a grind. Maybe it's just that Rare is incapable of good game design.
I don't think that's fair. Rare made a few good games back in the day.
Yeah,
they had
that's
a musical number with poop. They had a musical number with poop.
That's
and
great,
that is
That wasn't a good game though. Conker's not a good game.
Yeah, they made a mistake of creating a game and making a character in it who was a big piece of shit, and they didn't call him Graham Linehan. I got it. I got it in there.
Waka waka.
Sorry.
But yeah, I've sort of gotten back into collectathons after years of not playing them because of A Hat in Time and Mario Odyssey, which that game drove me to 100% it in a way that a lot of older games haven't. And that's a and despite how many moons there are, Mario Odyssey doesn't feel like a grind either, except for that jump rope minigame. That can go to hell.
Wow. Apparently someone's trying to contact me right now, like an actor or something. So I'm gonna check my DMs. But yeah, while I've got this tremendously unprecedented platform, I'm just gonna quickly whine about Joseph Anderson. Now, another gaming YouTuber did a review of Mario Odyssey where he basically said, if you try and 100% it actively, it's a bit of a grind. And my response is, you are correct, Joseph. That's all I have to say. I mean, he's right. It's just... yes.
What does actively mean in that sentence?
I mean, how I played it was
his review was like, I played to get everything, and it got a bit much. It's like, yeah, but you... that's...
You were doing the thorough route. Thoroughness is tedious. genius.
Yeah, like I did that with. I had a really bad time playing Half-Life 2 Episode 2, and I wanted to get all the achievements on my first try. It makes the game not fun. Joseph Anderson is really, check him out. He's a really good game critic, and I do honestly love him. It's just I do find it the section of that review. It's a really good review otherwise, where he's just like, it's a bit of a drag if you play it like this. Like, you don't have to play it like that. You don't have to play it like that.
Yeah,
But
I think some people forget that games are supposed to be fun at the core. Like, it's not about like treating anything. Once you treat it like a chore, then you're kind of defeating the whole purpose.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god.
And Mario, I was just gonna say, Mario Odyssey is specifically designed to alleviate the problem of having to go for everything to see all of the content, because you see all of the meaningful content in that game by about 60% of the collectibles, and the collectibles are everywhere. And the trade-off for that is that, yes, it is a bit of a grind to get 100% of everything, but they've got checklists in the game to make it easy to find what you haven't found yet.
Yeah, and I think you have to really enjoy the game to be like, yeah, now I need to get all this stuff. This is what I want. Whereas if you go into it like that, then you might not like it. Yeah.
I actually enjoyed.
Sorry, I might have some cool people here to chat.
Cool.
Shall I invite them along into the chat?
I can cycle out. I gotta get ready for work soon. So.
Oh, cool. Thank you for coming
thank
on
you so
board, and
much.
thanks for keeping us in line, Casey.
See you guys later. Good luck. Keep on kicking a ton of freaking ass. Wow. Find them nanas.
Oh my god. I just got a message from Jake Chapman.
Oh! Anyway, the way I sort of played Super Mario Odyssey was literally how I play most Switch games, which was pop it open, play for 15 minutes, and then go do something else.
Yep. It was a great play in the bed at night game. I loved that.
The only Switch game I don't really play like that is Splatoon 2, because that requires a bit more attention.
Oh,
yeah. You and Yazzie would get along. She plays Splatoon like every waking hour.
Hi there. So
it's a slight
for
exaggeration.
anybody who's wondering who just popped in, we have the Riley J. Dennis here.
Oh, Riley! Yay!
I get a V in front of my name.
Hello.
Hi. How's it going, everyone?
Hey, welcome to the.
Great. Hi, Riley.
Do you know where Diddy Kong's banana is? I need it.
That's the pressing question.
We put out the call. They said you could help. I don't, and also maybe you're a YouTuber, I guess.
Donkey Kong expert. Yeah.
Awesome. Wow. I'm going to use nepotism to also invite someone else in. But please carry on. Sorry.
Introduce yourself, Riley.
Hi. Hello. I'm Riley J. Dennis. I make videos on YouTube about a bunch of stuff: politics, feminism, sometimes trans stuff. Like I do a series where I play Fortnite and talk about the news. Yeah, all sorts of things.
You also piss off the bad people quite often.
Yeah.
I love the pissing off of the bad people.
That does happen quite a lot.
I mean, I remember a few weeks ago, or might even be months ago, like he put out that Marine tweet.
Oh my god, I've not stopped hearing from Marines since then.
Yeah.
I said,
okay, Riley, you're braver than the Marines.
Braver than the troop.
Yeah, it was just a braver than the Marines joke. It was
I'll just be one sec.
It was when the Kavanaugh hearings were going on, and I said that Dr. Christine Blasey Ford was braver than any U.S. Marine, and then for like weeks I just got like death threats and stuff from Marines, and I was like, yes, you are really convincing me that you are good people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I will threaten you to show you how great I am.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how dare you insult us? We're all great people, you fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, Riley, I just want to tell you like how, you're an incredible person, and I've been watching you for this whole time, and you just sparkle like every single time that you're attacked or harassed, and you face up to it, and you just never stop, gleaming with your positivity, and it's been very inspiring for me.
I wish I had your
Oh my God.
contribution.
Thank you so
Hi.
much.
Just very briefly, we have somebody else is just joining us. Lily Madigan is here. Say hi.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Is her mic working?
Can you hear us, Lily?
Hers could be muted too. I did that when I joined.
Darren, give her time. I'm sorry. I'm trying to trying to get everything working for everybody, but
You're doing a wonderful job, so don't even worry.
but yeah, this is incredible.
Yeah,
It is.
no, it's-
I'm amazed by the generosity of everybody watching the stream.
I genuinely expected this to make $10,000 when I first heard of it, but oh my god.
Well, it's just so heartwarming. I mean, like, I think we've all struggled in this life, and just to know that there's that many people out there fully in support of everything, it's so nice.
And to use a platform, like this that has been, especially in the post Gamergate era, it's just, it's really powerful to like use the platform for good.
People can do good things. Not all people who play video games have to be raging misogynists.
No. And I've actually found that playing multiplayer games recently has been more tolerable.
Has
That's
it really?
encouraging.
I kind of just have stayed away for a long time because bad experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's understandable. I think that systems for policing abusive behavior in chat in games have gotten just a lot better over the years.
Unless you play PUBG, then.
Unless you, yeah. I mean, it depends on the game. Some games don't put a lot of emphasis on that part of their design.
I noticed as I started to realize when I found out I was a trans woman, and I started to play online multiplayer less and less, and I started to play more with friends, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Like local, like smaller lobbies with private server.
Yeah. I officially stopped when I kept getting surd all the time, and it would it just sucks. It just totally takes away the relaxing fun times of video games.
Yeah. What's going on? What really depressing conversation have I just walked into? With an apple in my mouth?
Online chats being
being absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
It's great to meet you again, Riley. I'm always a little bit starstruck. I met you once very, very briefly at VidCon 2017 and chose not to say anything because it was, and then way after I was like, I met Riley Dennis and Jenny Nicholson today, and just deliberately didn't say I was a big fan of their stuff because I was like, oh no, I don't want to come off as like a weird fanboy, but I guess
that was a big VidCon for you, huh?
Yeah, when I went to a YouTube party thing because Ollie got invited because he's respectable and he dragged me along, and there's a guy there. It was a guy there whose name is DSLR Guide, who his videos masquerade as film look tutorials, how to make good looking videos, but they're actually just really good self-care. They're just really lovely man. And I
really
saw him
like
at
his
this
stuff,
party, and I pointed at him and made a loud gasping cackle of recognition, and he made eye contact with me, and he walked off. And occasionally he would walk past me and say, "Oh, I'll get to you," but he never did, and I understand why. And it's okay, and I'm sorry. Also, I said to Tom Scott that his skin looked nicer than I thought it would. I was trying to make a joke about how well moisturized he must be, but I was a little bit tipsy, and I ended up just complimenting his skin, and he tweeted about it later, and that was... I'm sorry about that. Who else do I need to apologize to?
Yeah. What awkward party moments.
Yeah. I'm sorry to
I
everyone.
We've all had part of being busy.
I think you
cut out.
Yeah.
I cut out?
Yeah.
Okay. My audio setting.
You embarrass yourself in
I'll
front
try
of
again.
people who are your heroes, and then they that's all you are to them and forever, and it's horrible.
Yeah, I worry about that all the is this but yeah, I had a moment at VidCon where I saw Hank Green and obviously he's a very busy man, and all I wanted to do was go up and say, hey, you inspired me to have the career that I have now, and I literally would not be doing what I do now without you. And I clearly bothered him a lot, and I feel very bad about that to this day. But yeah, no, it's hard. It's hard because YouTube's in that.
He forgives you. No, I'm just kidding. He talks about it constantly, and it's super weird. Yeah.
YouTube's in this weird space where like it's about creating those parasocial relationships. Like that's half the business, is creating that feeling of authenticity and that feeling of like a connection with your fan base. And especially if you're in the creative side of YouTube, if you make a career of it, you've got people who you look up to who are also your peers, and like you know how busy they are because you're that busy. But I don't know. It's an interesting place to be like a fan of somebody and also in a not near the same sphere of influence as them, but in like a similar position, and know both sides of that, and just like want to say, hey, thank you for having a positive impact on my life, because on the one hand you know that you would want to hear that, but then also being like, oh, I don't want to approach that person because they're probably dealing with like 50 meetings today.
If you've ever had a video demonetized in the last year, that was Hank.
That makes sense.
He did that.
But I think like everybody loves hearing that what they're doing is great. So I mean, I think at the end of the day, I mean, I've met a bunch of different celebrities in my time, and they're just people too. Like everyone that I've talked to and just said like, hey, you've inspired me. I mean, like Riley, you've inspired me. Like it's been so great, like going through my transition and having people like you on YouTube. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we're just all people, and we're all just trying to like do good. So I think anytime you can tell someone that you appreciate all the work that they're doing in their life, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, and I think it's also extra important to appreciate people who do the things that they shouldn't have to do. No one should have to. No one should have to be trans on YouTube. At least the way it currently is. So when I see someone who's been doing it forever, like Cat Black, who I hope to get in at some point, I think, geez, you didn't have to do any of this. It's like you've chosen to perform a service that you will be, you will have your life out there forever now for, and like that's the thing. I don't know. It's important to appreciate that none of it should be necessary, and no one should have to do it. But some people do, and that's cool of them. I can literally fly, and I can't see where this last banana is. Swing through the rose bush.
I predicted that you will find there will be one collectible which you'll never be able to find. It appears that prediction has come.
Yeah, and
I've got a guide up right now.
Okay. Please, please, Jeff.
Okay, so you're in Fungi Forest, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Diddy Kong, Banana 1. After you climb up the cable near the water wheel house, stomp on the switch on the roof. You got that one?
Yep, got it. Yep.
Okay. Banana 2. On one of the barns, there is a diddy pad that you can use to get into a small door. Once inside, play your guitar to call a bird with a flashlight. Use that light to walk along the planks of the banana.
Oh, I remember that fucker, yep.
Okay. Inside the big tree, Lanky will open the way, is a guitar pad. By playing it, you will wake up an owl, fly through the rings, and then do the bonus barrel.
Oh, I remember that fucker. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was a good hour of my life.
I'm putting you through, like, serious PTSD just going down this list. I'm not sure if it's worth it.
Yeah. Locker 2, Donkey Kong.
Use your jetpack to get to the top of the giant mushroom for a bonus barrel.
If that's the one, if it was that simple, then I'm done.
Yeah, and then inside the giant mushroom, climb to the tower of the 2 vine platforms where the red Krusha is.
Fuck all video games forever.
Oh no! Oh no!
Fuck you, Graham. Oh, it's this one again! This is the most boring one! And there's like 3 of them!
Oh no!
Beaver Bother Part 3.
Keep the turtles spinning by feeding them snakes.
Yeah, feed the snakes so they don't eat the turtles, I believe is it. Who would eat a turtle? They don't look very nutritious.
They look kind of melon-esque. I can understand why the snakes would be confused.
Jacob should be in the Discord now. Could someone invite him in? Oh, the music stopped. Now it's... just mention it in the chat.
I am not very Discord savvy, and I don't know how to grab the link.
I've linked him in. I just we did it.
You know what minigame is really addictive?
What?
Poker in Red Dead is
Oh
extremely addictive.
Oh yeah.
I've heard good things about poker.
When I started playing it,
I hear that's an
like
addictive game.
for 6 hours.
It's very, yes.
When the Payday Rolled and Grin update came out, the first time I went in with some friends to play that heist, we just played the slot machines for about 2 hours.
Did you win?
Yeah, we won a couple tickets.
Red Dead, man, Red Dead is such an impressive game on so many levels. And then you think about the level of worker abuse that went into making that happen.
Slaps top of company. Hell yeah, this baby can fit so many worker exploitations in it.
And also, there's a lot of parts of the simulation aspects that make it less enjoyable. You know? Like it's really impressive that... hey, Jake!
Oh. Hi.
We have it. This is Jake Chapman. You're the editor of Anime News Network, right?
Yes, I'm one of 2 editors in charge of all the editorial content on Anime News Network, and I can't hear you guys.
Oh, I'm very glad that I hadn't, gotten your resume wrong, and you had to say like, former editor, something like that.
No, I'm still there. Yeah. Yep, just got done with all the new winter shows and all the holiday year-end wrap-up stuff for 2018, and
ain't that a grind?
You are playing. So this may come as a great surprise to you. I loved Beaver Bother as a kid and played it voluntarily in bonus mode over and over.
If you were good enough to beat that over and over, I wish. A friend mentioned a program that lets people port their controller into the game, like so other people can play bits. I would have got you in for that if I'd known. If I'd known you were a Beaver Botherer.
I think the lag probably would have. I think that probably would have been an absolute disaster.
Oh, it needs to be frame perfect. You gotta be there at full 60 FPS with no lag. I mean, you do. It needs all of your faculties. You need. If you don't have a sense of smell, Beaver Bother's harder. you know.
Lily Madigan seems to be back in.
You have to really be able to snoot those beavers.
Real
in order
well.
to get them in the hole.
Jake is also, for people not aware, one of the inspirations for my own channel.
I wasn't even aware of that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Back when you were in the nightmare hole that was Channel Awesome,
Right,
I
yes.
watched your anime reviews religiously, and that was a big inspiration for me doing what I do now. Like, I wouldn't have started doing What's in an OP if not for your lists of the top OPs every year. Because specifically, I was like, it is wrong to judge this by music and not the direction in the opening. So I took like a different approach to you. But that was like a big inspiration for what I do, like, still today.
Yeah, that's really cool. I at this point, weirdly, I'm actually getting back into YouTube, so like, you know, all the stuff sort of comes round robin, I guess.
Goes
but,
full circle.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't wait to see what stuff you're gonna come up with. I really liked your early stuff as well. You did a thing on Trigun where you sort of compared the manga and the anime and sort of like the different themes and the imagery, and that was the first time I'd ever really thought about that. So it was a very formative thing for me as well, actually. But I try not to bring it up too often because I think I've told you that exact thing like 4 times now.
No, that's okay. Like, it really means a lot to me because I didn't have a whole lot of feedback from what I was doing back then. Like, it was kind of Tig was kind of pre-social media, and you know. But yeah, so relevant to the discussion, I guess. Like, for those who don't know, I am a trans as well, a trans man. And so yeah, what you're doing is really great, and I'm ecstatic with the result you had because I know you've been talking about doing this for a couple months, and I was like, oh yeah, he's finally doing that. I hope it turns out well, and it's like, god damn, like
It turns
that's
out
beyond
turnout
well.
is fantastic. So congratulations to you, man.
Yeah, it just turns out you just have to channel it all through the outlet of telling Graham Linehan to go fuck himself. I feel bad for his wife.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. I've been looking forward to this stream ever since you did your speedruns video. And unfortunately, it just came out in like the middle of a big workload for me, so I wasn't able to really get on until today. But yeah, it is really amazing what you have accomplished, man.
Yeah, I've managed to. I think I might have achieved the slowest speed run of Donkey Kong 64, 101%.
He bothered so many beavers to get here.
I hope they let me submit this honorarily. Like, yeah, it's on an emulator. I did use cheats and save states a little bit, and it's not on proper hardware. But I raised $180,000. Could you maybe just put it at the bottom of your list, please? I actually had one of the moderators. One of the mods of the speedrun thing is in the call at one point, so maybe they'll let me in. I don't know.
I mean,
Sorry, I
like,
yelled at you.
it's more a slow run than a speed run at this point.
It's a new thing I invented. I'm looking for the rain. I forgot where the rainbow coin is. There's a specific location that's burned into my brain, and I've forgotten the base, like the general area it's in, the like exact whereabouts. It's the secret rainbow coin. Its location is burned into my mind, but I don't remember somehow the exact spot. Like when I see the stump that I know is meant to be there, I'll know exactly where it is. But before I see that, I won't remember, and it's just gonna be this. But then we're done with this level. We can leave Fungi Forest forever. We've achieved maximum fungi saturation. So.
Hey H-Bomb, what's your favorite fungus?
I hate mushrooms. I really don't like the taste of mushrooms. My favorite fungus is the weird fungus you can get in your hands that you need like antihistamines for. They're pretty funny.
You like that?
Yeah. Oh, they're
Nice.
great. Shout out to hand fungus.
Hand fungus get on stream.
Yeah. Hand Fungus Gang.
Oh, we're getting close to 190.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
That is crazy.
This is more money. This is literally more dollars than Graham Linehan has ever tweeted. Like, we've $1 every tweet.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're like at $1 and a couple cents now.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're making profit on his tweet.
Lily Madigan can't speak for some reason.
Oh, is Lily Madigan here?
Yeah, she's in
Yeah,
here.
she's here.
Lily, oh my god. I've wanted to talk to you
hi.
for ages. It's amazing getting to meet you in this, where you just appear. Wow.
I don't have no idea what this is, not gonna lie.
All my favorite trans people are just manifesting in my stream. Lily, it's great to meet you. I'm a big fan. I think that what you've done is amazing.
Thank you.
And as
I'm
you
sure
know,
you're amazing as well.
what you've done while being a leftist trans person on the internet, what you've managed to do while dealing with that is incredible as well. And please run for Prime Minister. In like 10 years.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, when you've got everything sorted.
Lily,
the
you're
plan was to be the first. Sorry, go on.
You're a personal inspiration.
Oh, thank you. I feel bad because I never know who's speaking.
Valerie is my name.
There's like 8 people in here, and I know like half of them from 3
Should we do a roll
places.
Yeah, we should probably introduce.
Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
From the top, I guess.
I'm H.BurgerGuy. I make videos for the internet about video games and how racism is bad, and the bar's been pushed back so far that that's like radical. Yeah. So thanks fascism for lowering it so far that I can trip over it and be seen as an ally.
Yeah. Like, we don't just get cookies. We get, like, many cookies for just not being shitty people. It's kind of crazy.
And I'm pretty shitty,
Me too! Me too! I'm shitty, like, 90% of the time.
Yeah.
But that 10% is cookie worthy, for sure.
Does anyone know which... I just need to know which, I'll know the exact location, as soon as I know which teleport pad it's at. But I've forgotten which pad it's at.
Should the rest of us introduce ourselves as well then?
Please continue. I'm sorry. I just
Robin, yeah.
All right. I'm Valerie. I'm a Palestinian American trans woman. I don't say the American part well, but whatever. I focus mostly on Palestine and trans issues, but I tweet out a bunch of other stuff. My Twitter is twitter.com/Maruchan1312, MARUCHAN. And thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure.
Yay.
Yay. Yeah, sure. I'm like I said, I'm Jacob Chapman. Maybe in the way back times, you may have known me as Jesu Otaku back when I did YouTube videos, and I have since moved on to I work at Anime News Network and run their editorial there. So all the opinion pieces, the interviews that you see, stuff like that, I help organize that. And now I'm kind of getting back into YouTube as a trans man instead of, as what Jesu Otaku is the opposite of that, cis woman. So, there you go. That's pretty much my deal. And I played this game a lot as a kid, even though I thought it was bad, because it was one of the few games that I had. And I played Beaver Bother a lot, so I'm extremely tickled that H-Bomb is having so much trouble with it.
It's very difficult.
It's very
How do I see it? How do I see it?
How do you see it? Oh, go to twitch.tv/HBOMBERGUY.
Oh, yeah, and if we're dropping Twitters, because a bunch of people are following me, my Twitter is now It's Bone Daddy, ITS Bone Daddy. Because just Bone Daddy was taken, though It's Bone Daddy was available. And so I took that one.
I'm so happy that Lesbian Lefty wasn't taken.
Yeah.
That's a real good one.
Yeah,
that is.
I was
jealous.
very happy.
Okay,
I mean, it's too late now.
this tag barrel by the barn. I think it looks so different at night. Maybe that was why I've been missing it, because during the day. Oh yeah, this level looks different. Yeah, So for a very long time, there's a spot here where you rise up above the ground for unknown reasons, and it's because someone put a rainbow coin here.
Oh right, that's the hit. Nobody found it for years, right?
Yeah, this is the 977th coin in the game, and no one knew it existed for 20 years. It was found by Isotarge in the game's code. Real trooper.
And
What
then
a
it
badass.
immediately invalidated all the previous speedruns.
They're all gone. And I want to say thank you to Ollie, who hung out way longer than he needed to, way past his bedtime, while I looked for this. And I finally found it. Thank you, Ollie. We're done with Fungi Forest. Let's get the hell out of here forever.
Yay!
I'm done.
Nice.
No more killer tomatoes.
Well,
let's blow this popsicle stand.
So I have a question for you guys. If you wanted to, like, a thing that's on my mind is I like to think about like stuff that you think, like media that you enjoyed as a kid. Maybe not Donkey Kong 64, but maybe, who knows? Like media you enjoyed as a kid that you reflect back on and you realize like spoke to you as a trans person. If any of the trans people in the chat feel strongly about that.
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah.
Mine was Rainbow Bright. That was my jam.
Final Fantasy VII, especially whenever Cloud gets into the changes and wears the women's clothes.
I've heard that a couple times now. Yeah.
I would
My main one
linger.
that Oh, sorry, go ahead.
When my sister was watching cartoons, women's cartoons, like girls' cartoons, I would linger a bit too long, and I realized why.
Yeah,
They were good cartoons back then, though. I really liked them.
It's funny, mentally, like, I keep returning to this, especially because I think 2 days ago or something, someone tweeted, like, oh, with the blessing of the original author, all of the Animorphs books are now available online to read for free.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, remember the 90s? And yeah, so that's, I was like, oh shit, that was a huge thing for me as a trans person, because I, as a kid, it wasn't like, oh, I only want to hang out with boys, girls are gross. Although I kind of felt that way, but it didn't make sense to me. There wasn't any way I could justify that necessarily. So it was like I wanted to hang out with animals because people were gross. And so that was like I had much more affinity with animals than I did with human beings. And I was like, well, if only I could be like not a person. And then as I got older, it was like, oh no, I just didn't want to be a woman. That's all it was. It's like, oh, okay, no, I just had the wrong. But like, you know, it's so Animorphs was kind of an interesting thing for me because I came to it for the animal perspective, and I came out of it learning a lot about like the atrocities of war and what genocide is, and some World War I history and stuff like that. This Animorphs, if you haven't read it, was pre-YA, as we know young adult fiction today, which is to say, like, you know, adults read young adult fiction today. It gets very dark and kind of the post-apocalyptic boom and everything changed the demographic for who reads young adult. But Animorphs was way before that, when they were considered just children's books. And for children's books, you know, they get pretty dark. And so I was in 4th grade reading about like genocide, and it was really not really it was not really something that I think the school librarians or my parents like knew was really being. But I learned a lot of 90s liberal politics from Animorphs. That some of it is dated well, some of it hasn't, but it's pretty fascinating.
That's awesome.
As a cis man, I found the media that spoke to me most when I was a kid was all of it, and
it was the best. You know what the best part of media is? It's all for me. Yeah.
It's all for me.
Every banana in Donkey
Kong.
But it's really interesting to me to hear those things that spoke to people that I wouldn't have even thought of in those stories that I read as a kid.
Well, that's why it's so nice, like, nowadays, that there is so much more out there, especially with the internet. I didn't have the internet when I was growing up, and to figure all this stuff out, and the fact that there's just a plethora of things for people to really discover who they are is just so wonderful. Still have a lot of way to go, but I'm very happy about it.
I think.
Right, Harry.
Oh, hey Ollie.
Hey man, I'm just coming on real quick. I'm off to sleep, but I just came on real quick to say congrats for today and good night and good work and Godspeed for the rest of the evening. I just came from my live stream. It's hit like 300,000 subs, so I'm gonna have a bit of a rest.
Congratulations! I'm really happy
Thanks,
for
man.
you.
Ollie,
Across
Ollie.
the pond, anyway.
Later, and you just keep. Actually, just whatever. Sleep, gang.
Sleep gang. It's time for sleep gang and good
gang.
dreams, gang. But yeah, congrats on today, Harry, and have a great night, man. If you're still going in the morning, I'll check in.
Let me know. I hopefully won't be,
Alright.
but if not, I mean, maybe I'll finish the game and then I'll just keep the stream going for a while, just to have people in and chat for a while. But yeah, thanks a lot.
All right.
think-
Good night, everyone.
Right.
Godspeed. Good luck with the night shift.
Good night, Ollie.
What Jacob said about sort of transness turning out to be there instead of a general sort of misanthropia or dislike of life or whatever, that comes up a whole lot. Where that's a thing I've seen said a lot, is just people discover the actual thing is that they're trans, almost as if it's real, you know. One of my best friends was a very depressive person until like one day they figured it out, and like I don't know. That's the thing that annoys me, is when people say, well, how do you know you're trans and not it's not just something else? And the only answer I can give as a cis person is they do seem to know. It is pretty clear, it seems. Yeah, that's all I can really say about it. I'm not.
Yeah,
involved in any
I
of
mean,
this.
you definitely know. I think my problem growing up is I didn't know that there was the option. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things that I'm trying to push with me being like in the video game industry, is that like you can be trans, you can be a lesbian, and just a normal person, just like everybody else. And growing up, all I ever saw was it being treated as like laughter or prostitution, and there was never a person that was just trans like me and a normal everyday doing mundane stuff, brushing their teeth, going to bed, going to work. And it's so nice to have that out there, that there's so many people that you can just see living their regular lives just as normal people, but they're trans. It's just part of it.
Well, I mean, I want to like push back a little bit, because like there's this whole notion of like what normal is and like what that
Well, yes.
and what you can include, and you know, like
Society norms is what I mean.
yeah, but like societal norms, just like, I mean, it feels like that there's like, it feels like it's like this like subtext. There's like a subtext to that, and like a for like, you know, I've like thought about this a lot, and you know, obviously, obviously I know what I mean when I say normal, but like, what it just feels like whenever you say normal to the wrong person, like especially for me, because I haven't ever been in a normal life or normal life situation. Like it just feels like, you know, normal is like is like the wrong word for it. You know, like we can be ourselves and yet like embrace the not normalness of who we are and the not normalness of, you know, our entire lives. Because normal just feels like it's very like, it feels like that portrayal is like very media created and media generated, and like
So, yeah, there should be a pressure to be normal.
middle class, and like on like middle class expectations of life.
All right, everyone. I think I'm done for right now, at least. I might see if I can pop on later, but bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. It's nice meeting you.
Bye.
Nice meeting you. Take care. Thanks for coming on. Yeah,
Jesus Christ! I just gained 300 followers.
Like,
hi
yeah.
guys. I don't. I hope you like anime.
Yeah. I think yeah.
I like anime.
Yeah.
You
Like,
like Japanese cartoons?
Big fan. Big fan Japan.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think the question of what you mean by normal is, because normal means different things in different contexts, it's like a very difficult thing to...
Yeah.
Because I agree with
normal
what
is-
both of you said at once, and I feel like that's okay, and that's not me being a coward. It's just, I just get what both of you are saying at once.
Yeah.
Normal is just like what everyone else around you is doing and has been doing, and nobody's normal, I don't think. Really.
Correct, yeah. There's definitely a preconceived notion of like how people are supposed to be in mass. I mean, it's all about control at that point. And I think, definitely straying away from the normal. I mean, I have also not lived any kind of a normal life, but I'm very, very proud of the life that I've lived, and I wouldn't change a single thing. I wouldn't change all the pain and the agony I went through, because it's made me who I am, and I like who I am now.
We just hit.
I like you too.
That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one for me. I feel like maybe I'd change some of the pain. But also, I got a lot of good things because I had a lot of bad things. Like, I took this very small role in the Labour Party, and then people were turfy and made a big deal out of it, and then it kind of just skyrocketed my platform.
Yeah, and now you're the third most popular member of the entire Labour Party of all time. Behind,
Maybe.
like, Jeremy Corbyn and Clement Attlee. Maybe.
Oh. High praise, high praise.
I mean, I can't really name... There's Diane Abbott, that I can't really, Keir Starmer. I don't even know any other names of people in the Labour Party. I don't know who I voted for.
Oh no.
I forgot their name, but I remembered yours.
As long as it was Labour, I guess.
I forget some of my best friends' names constantly. I keep accidentally calling Pete Paul. I've done it several times on this stream, and I got his name wrong while I was trying to tell a story about getting his name wrong. But I know who Lily Madigan is, so hopefully that's praise, and not the opposite.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah. So what are you up to now?
What am I up to now?
Yeah.
First year of university at Goldsmiths.
Right.
In London. It's a lot of fun, but a lot of work. Need to pick it up this term because last time was not great for attendance. Not gonna lie.
Well, you were busy.
Yep. Got a bunch more positions. Fun. But yeah, like my goal for the next year is to like take over the women's forum in Lewisham, Daptford, because I took it over in Rochester Street, but then I had to move. Now I have to retake it over here, and it's gonna really annoy turf. It will be great.
Wonderful. Well, that's
and,
good work.
I know, like, when I announce I'm going for women's things, it's just like the same thing always happens. I just like get attacked for ages. The normal transphobic abuse and right-wing smears. The overly ambitious upstart or someone who should get back in their box. I think that's like a regular theme for trans people.
Well, it's interesting because, like, I think you were talking about what's normal and what's considered abnormal and stuff like that, and it is just a setting on a washing machine or whatever. But like, it's also, I think, the biggest thing that maybe people miss when they talk about this stuff. It's not just a lack of education. It's not just people don't know that you can live as trans and live a happy life, and it lowers your stress in order to be able to transition. There's also the matter of gender essentialism, saying like men are men and women are women, is an assumption that is in place to protect a lot of people in power. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, because misogyny and determining the roles of women in society and control over women's reproductive capability and what makes a woman capable of doing something or not capable of doing something is a lot of the propaganda that is used to keep men in power. So if you say, basically transness is the abolition of gender absolutes, it's like, well, all these social roles and stuff like that are to some extent chosen. Now, you don't choose to be the gender that you are. Things would be a lot easier if we could all do that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it's not a matter of it's not a matter of a binary. It's everyone exists along a spectrum, and everyone has to decide for themselves what they're comfortable with in their body, and in their life. But that's not helpful for people who want to consolidate a lot of wealth and power, especially men. So I think that's a large part of, it's not just like, people are undereducated, and it's best to educate people because you want to see the best in people. But there's also people in power who, even if they know that trans people are a thing and deserve rights, are not interested in giving it.
Yeah,
and so
it's,
you
it's
have
a divide
to
and
kind of
conquer
overwhelm them with force.
strategy. Yeah, like there are. I mean, TERFs are called radical feminists because they also see themselves as and on some issues are feminists, and there are some people who are very, very happy that that they can get feminists to fight other women.
Yes.
Or other men, or just trans people in general, like. And then if we ever get that far, there will be, all of a sudden, we will discover that now we have to have a big argument about, or we're already having the argument about non-binary people, but about, every facet of, different approaches to gender or sexuality. It will always be pushed as if that's the fight that we have to have, because as long as that fight is happening, we aren't eating the rich, basically. I mean, I'm being semi-joking, but also secretly. Get a knife and fork.
I mean,
here's the rules for everything good and bad I've said on the stream. If it sounds bad, it was a joke. And if it sounds clever, I meant it.
I second that.
Yeah,
I think it's like part of why I'm in politics. It's because I think it's so important that we recognize trans equality as like a class struggle.
Yeah.
Sort of like a feminist and anti-racist endeavor. And when you realize that, you realize like one of the big things that will really help trans people, but also everyone, is socialism.
Yeah. It's
Yeah. I mean, it's this whole complicated, but it's not really complicated. It's people with money want to keep their money, and they know that as long as they can give a little bit more money and a little bit more power to a certain group of people that they're exploiting, that those people will actively want to keep the people on the next level of the pyramid down from climbing their way up and getting that metaphor of or there was like a Twitter post that was going around, a banker, a migrant worker, and a naturalized worker are sitting in a cafe and they have 20 cookies on the table. The banker takes 20 cookies and then says, "Hey, worker, that migrant worker is going to take your cookie."
Just want to acknowledge Aislinn, who has been a long-time watcher of my streams, has just donated $2,500, which, oh my goodness, thank you very much.
Oh wow.
Oh jeez.
Oh wow, I'm looking in the chat. Wow.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Someone just donated $2,500.
Oh
wow,
that is
fantastic.
insane.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm gonna step out, everyone. But before I go, I just wanted to say that it's great what you're doing again. And for any trans people out there, feel free to reach out to me if you're at all interested in the gaming industry. And I'm at Lennon in Trans on Twitter, and I just want to see everything go great.
Thank you very much for coming on, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who will be reaching out.
Awesome.
Cheers.
All right, bye.
Appreciate it.
Bye, Lennon.
Bye.
Bye, Lennon.
I wish I could just talk to everyone for hours, and it wasn't just like, oh, even in the
beat this game.
massively inflated amount of time I'm here, I do need to ask advice on how to beat the game. And
there are more beavers yet to bother before you sleep.
I don't believe you. There are only 2 and there aren't any more. That's it.
There's more beavers. There's at least 10 more beavers in there.
Yeah. People in the
There's a
chat are
barrel
saying
with 10
there's
beavers
more.
in it waiting for you.
People in the chat are saying there are more, and I don't believe them. They're lying. It's...
There's a barrel with 10 beavers, like, we're waiting for you here.
Just the final boss. The final boss has been replaced with Beaver Bother in this ROM. You're gonna beat Beaver Bother, and then that's just the ending just happens, and then it's like, fine, you can have it.
Yeah, King K. Rool just leaves. He's like, shit. I'm sorry, that was really hard.
Yeah.
By the end of this, you are going to be a master at bothering beavers, and that really does sound like an innuendo.
It does, yeah.
So hey, if I can get everybody's attention for a moment, we have Annie Wallace here.
Annie Wallace,
So
hi.
she's in the.
Hi there.
Hi. Sorry, you were in the chat, and I tried checking to see if you'd messaged me, but I couldn't find it because I'm overwhelmed
I don't
right
know
now.
what I'm doing. I'm literally finding my way through, and I don't even know what Discord is, but I do know, so it's great.
Welcome to Discord.
I take it you can hear me all right, because I can't hear myself.
If you could turn yourself up very slightly, that would be ideal.
How's that? Is that better?
That's great. Yeah.
Good. Okay. It's going through a professional system here, so.
You do sound good.
Thank you. Good. Yeah, I just thought I'd come on and say what an incredible thing you're doing for mermaids and actually for the community as a whole, because my goodness, it's an incredibly uniting point for everyone, and just being in the actual chat on Twitch there, just watching everyone, it's like I can't keep up with the chat. There's so many people.
Well, I try. I was a big fan of the IT crowd a long time ago, and I was very disappointed in that one episode, and it went downhill from there so quickly. And
yeah, and he seems to be getting worse as well. He seems to be getting worse, and it's like, as you say, downhill. I think is the best way to. Put it.
The less of a career he has, the less of a career he has to lose. So it's just.
It's incredible. It's almost suicidal. What's he doing?
Yeah.
You know.
I
think go write comedy.
Yeah, I think he thinks people are trying to force him to work in television, so he has to like poison pill himself. So no one can. That way, no one will tap him anymore, and he can be left alone. That's the only way I can't. There's no other way of explaining it, basically.
Well, I think. Well, he said it many times. He believes that he's standing up for the rights of women, who are perfectly capable of standing up for themselves, incidentally. But the sheer notion that he has somehow the rider on the white steed who's going to come to the rescue of all the silenced women of the world, and bring order and peace upon the land is quite beyond me, and because all he's doing is making a laughing stock of himself, and the thing is, people will never forget what he's doing now. This is something that will follow him probably for the rest of his life, and I feel a bit sorry for him.
Yeah, I've read online about these things called white knights, which are men who make themselves the self-selected heroes of women, and they sound great. Let's have way more of those. They sound totally normal and fine.
But with permission, it's fine. I think it's like, yes, okay. There's a lot of women over here who need a big guy with a sword, and they don't have swords. They've got like some wheat. So we'd like a sword. So if you want to help us with your sword,
give the women
great.
the sword. You don't need to fight for them.
Do you know, that's even better? But then give them the horse as well.
Give trans women swords.
I don't like horses. You can have them all. If you like horses,
We
you
just
can
got
keep your
a
horse.
very late donation.
Yeah, it's late.
I don't know if anybody's
30. Thank you, Pile. How is that Pilotuck basis? I can't even read. Please fade out my emote so I can.
Pio.
Pilo Catabasis donated $1337. Oh gosh.
Unbelievable! It's so good. I
I
mean, I don't know if anyone.
believe it. I'm waiting for this to turn out to be some kind of trick.
Thank you so much.
I may
I'm just
have
waiting
a
for the
very
third.
special guest
Somebody out
who'll
there
pop in
needs to donate
very briefly.
$1,312.
Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry.
So I might have somebody who will very busy. Might pop in for a quick hello. It's going to be.
Okay. What's going on? Who's what? Someone? What? What's going on?
No, keep talking. I'm just arranging.
Okay.
Okay.
Arranging something special.
So for everyone else who doesn't maybe know what I do, I'm an actress on Hollyoaks, which is a British television soap, and what we do is we have a lot of LGBT storylines, LGBT plus storylines especially as well. It's probably the most friendly soap on television, and it's also aimed primarily at the 16 to 25 age bracket. And I play Sally, a trans woman who is the headmistress of the school, and I've been in it now for 3.5 years. And in that time, I've become a patron of a few organisations, including Mermaids. Myself, along with Jake Graff and Hannah Winterbourne, we do pretty much everything we can for mermaids because it's something we really, really believe in. I'm quite old. I'm in my 50s now, believe it or not. But I transitioned when I was in my early 20s. So I'm like a long in the tooth one. Wow. And now trying to give back to try and help the younger generation not to have to go through what I went through. So when I saw this on my timeline, that this incredible thing was happening, I was so impressed with what you were doing because they're such a small organisation and they need every single penny. And this will make a massive difference to what they're doing, especially considering that poor Susie, the CEO, is having to deal with the most incredible onslaught from the likes of Mr. Lenihan and his acolytes.
And all of Mumsnet and all of his Twitter followers. Yeah, it's intense. But best case scenario, we raise all this money and they get the lottery money. I want to see what they'll do. If that will be.
That'd be so great.
That'll be my Christmas.
I think, to be honest, it's more than likely they will because there's the people who donate money to these organisations, they are publicly accountable, and if there's a public backlash, they have to investigate it. And I get that they have to investigate it. But normally, when these people investigate, they go, actually, this is completely baseless, transphobic and pathetic. And it goes against our ethos of freedom and support for everyone. So they'll take their time. But I'm pretty sure that Mermaids will get their money back. And that'll be a wonderful day. And I'm quite sure that Mr. Lenihan won't even hear a word about it.
Yeah, and the fascinating thing is, people don't realise that Dawn at the National Lottery is going to read all of the messages she gets and think, this seems very orchestrated and very, very, like... Graham doesn't realise that when he talks the way he does about a group of people, it makes you feel sympathetic for that group.
Yeah, because it's so vile.
Yeah. When you see someone talking like that, you go, oh, no, I see what's going on here. Like, this quote-unquote concern is... It's not gonna work.
It's coming from a place of no logic. I think that's the main problem. But not just that. The campaign against this all started, of course, with the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. Like I said, when I started it on Hollyoaks in 2015, I wrote an article for Gay Times saying, "Hey, isn't the world much better for trans people?" And then a year later, we were like the demons of the world, thanks to
they finally moved on.
The media.
Yeah,
they moved on to that. So we have this issue of the GRE Act and the consultation thereof, and what you're saying there about reading things. They put up this thing on their websites going, oh, here you go, you can fill in this form, and we've done all the work for you. So the people in the consultation are going to have boxes of responses which are absolutely identical, and they'll take them and they'll go, well, this is obviously just it's a form of a form letter. We'll just chuck that out. They can't win by doing that. They have to provide a reasonable explanation or a reasonable argument, and that's what they can't do because it's based on mal-logic.
Yeah.
And we're just fighting against, I think, public opinion at the moment, trying to stop the nonsense getting out there.
Yeah, I've looked into, I do obviously look into this stuff before I decide to do a thing for the charity, and like, it's all not just baseless, but the thing that really got to me was on purpose baseless. It was they were looking for anything where they could go, aha, and then I'm like, I look at a story or an event and go, here's how I would twist this if I wanted to go after someone, and then those are the words the Daily Mail writes. It's shockingly clear that that's what's being done, to the point where I do wonder if most people, like half the population, would go, they're doing what? And believe it because they trust the newspaper, which is, their fault. And the other half will go, this is very clearly just, it's divisive in the classical way of like, half people reading this will easily know this is a trick. Like,
it's very common in basically any field where somebody wants to bring somebody else down to bring themselves up, to just latch on to a tiny inconsistency or error on the part of a group, and then you report on that part of it, honestly and factually, and then you editorialize on top of that.
Yeah,
and
like-
you don't make a differentiation between the editorialism. I'm not gonna name any specific names because I don't want to start any controversies, but I've seen a couple times this year in the YouTube space and the anime space, people taking something that's like well-meaning with mistakes around it and saying this is a scam. They're trying to do all this evil stuff, and they're trying to trick you to raise up people's anger so that they don't think.
Yeah. So there was one like mermaids were trying to help a child who unrelatedly was also part of a custody battle, and then they each parent had a different set of beliefs about the kid's transness. And then when the custody battle was resolved in favor of the father instead of the mother, all of a sudden mermaids is like, it's mermaids' fault, and they were trying to steal the child. Like, just made up nonsense.
I know a fair bit about that case, and obviously there's a certain amount that can be said and can't be said.
Yeah.
But the judge has been absolutely pilloried over the things that he was saying, particularly in connection with mermaids and what the mother was trying to do. But at the bottom line, that there is a child now that is living with a transphobic parent. And it's a trans child who is currently being forced to be not the gender that they know they are, and that's abuse in itself. But we can't do anything about it because the judge made a rule, and that situation is now in aspect. We can't change that, and
We have
that's
to
the
just wait
frustration.
and see what happens to that poor child. Like,
Well,
that's horrific.
I worry.
Yeah, I mean, it's someone has said this before. Graham Linehan would rather that trans people, or that children commit suicide than grow up trans, and I didn't want to believe it was that straightforward when I read it, but it basically is, and it.
Well, no,
really
he just
upsets
doesn't
me.
believe it.
He
whole
doesn't
business
believe
about,
they are trans, basically. Yeah.
suicide. He doesn't believe the statistics because people have told him the statistics are wrong, and he believes them rather than trans people. But the statistics are there by several accounts, by Stonewall, by mermaids themselves, by various other studies about the very great danger to young people. And at the moment, there is only mermaids out there. And even the Tavistock Clinic, Tavistock and Portman in London, who is supposed to be the only treatment centre for trans youth, they have got people on their staff list who are letting books into the library saying that, maybe trans is wrong and things like this. So what they're doing is they're not just allowing the child to find themselves, they're actually actively dissuading them from being trans, and that's a form of conversion therapy. So you've got the one clinic that's supposed to help the kids, and what they're doing is the opposite. And again, the powerlessness is the most frustrating thing. So you have mermaids, and it's the only organisation in this country who are determined to help children and their families come to a mutually counselled agreement about how to go forward.
Yeah, we had Susie on
Yeah,
earlier telling a really good story, and I think everyone who was on the stream at that point was fighting not to cry, especially me because I was playing Beaver Bother, which is the hardest part of this game. You have to scare some animals into a hole.
Oh, great.
I imagined they were Graham Linehan, and that made it easier, but it was Susie's doing a wonderful and difficult job, and I really hope that they can do some good.
She was doing a difficult job when she took it on, when it was looking after kids and fundraising and that. Now what she's doing is she's firefighting all the time. She's having to put up with and defend her own daughter and her own treatment of her daughter and everything like that. Everything that's in the media about it gets twisted. So she's having to do all that on top of everything else. I'm quite stunned at the courage and the strength of this woman. And knowing her as I do, I really hope that she's getting as much help as she needs, as much as anything else.
I bet it's a lot to go through.
Hey,
Yeah.
sorry, can I just stop everybody for a moment?
Go ahead.
I have somebody very special who joined us to give some words. I'm not sure is his microphone working right now, but John, can you? I think your microphone is
I think
muted.
the microphone's muted. Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Is
I think, Harris, I think we're both having a.
Once the chat figures out who this is, they're gonna.
Well, I just stopped.
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, we can.
Oh,
Hi, John.
Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Hail Sobek.
Thank you so much.
Who's?
Yeah, this is John Romero.
Wow.
Just wanted to say hi.
Hello, John Romero. Do you know how to navigate Frantic Factory in Donkey
I
Kong
think you guys
64?
are doing a great service there.
Well, thank you. It means a lot. This is absolutely amazing and fantastic and wow. And do you know where the golden bananas are?
I do not know how to navigate that.
Okay. Well, then you're useless to know. Thank you so much for coming on. Wow.
Clearly, these levels were not designed by the expert hands of
Yeah.
Romero.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed that you're here, John. I'm a big fan of most of what ID did.
I know I'm
And
useless. I'm just watching you.
And I've just done Wolfenstein 2 as well, and I know you've not anything to do with that, but
yeah,
big fan.
Yeah.
You are one of my heroes. Honestly, I used to want to get into video game design before I landed on YouTube, and like.
Great, thanks a lot. Just wanted to say hi, and it's cool watching this.
It's awesome, yeah. And I really liked what you did on Daikatana. It was. That's not even a joke. I think it was a really interesting experiment, and I appreciate that you tried to do something really really different.
Does the contribution gets it over 200K gets an autographed Doom shirt and a book.
Oh
shit!
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you literally so much for coming on. This is
I'm just
incredible. Wow. How has that happened? How has this happened? How has any of this happened?
You're famous now.
If you can keep track of it, that'd be great.
Yeah. Well, I can probably keep track of it. Well, this is being recorded, so hopefully we'll be able to watch it back when it happens, and we'll get their name.
Can I fanboy for a bit? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The reason why I got into games was when I was 4 years old. My dad booted up Doom 1, I think, with no monsters, and we did like a puzzle
Cool.
version of.
I'm hearing you in real time, but when I hear my voice, it's super delayed by 10 seconds.
I'm sorry, but my dad. I went downstairs today, and he was still playing Doom to this day. I just want to say thank you for making such a great game that my dad still plays it 20 years later.
Doom was the first game I ever played. Yeah. My dad brought home this weird console that had Doom on it. Yeah, that's wow.
And it was Doom on the PC for me. That was the beginning of it, and it was like, this is how video games are going to be.
Wolfenstein 3D was like the first-person shooter I
That's
ever
awesome to hear, guys. Thanks.
So,
It's a pity we went through a stage in the 90s where we made these games instead. No. Instead of Doom. Sorry, I'm eating an apple.
I'd just like to ask Mr. John Romero if he's ever played Chex Quest. Oh no, nobody knows what that is. Oh, everybody knows what that is.
I know Chex Quest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
know.
good, all right.
Have you played Donkey Kong 64, John?
No, that's a good question.
I have seen Chex Quest, but I haven't played Chex Quest. And I just want to say, trans rights.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh yeah!
Right.
Fucking A.
Excellent.
Do
Excellent.
We did it. But now we can stop the stream.
200.
Oh wow,
That's amazing. This happened.
Oh wow!
Thank you, John.
Well
Leah,
done. Well done.
You saved the day.
LHEA was the
LHEA was the one who pushed it over.
$2,500.
What? Wow.
That's worth noting. Holy crap!
Congratulations.
Got him.
Thank you so
That's
much,
great.
John. Wow.
This is one of the most positive evenings I've had. But listen, I'm going to head off because got to get to bed, got to work tomorrow.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you so much for letting me in and let me have a chat with you.
Thank you for coming on and talking.
This has been a really special. It's been great to be here when it rolled over to 200. So I'm really impressed and wish you all the best for 12. Are you doing this for another 12 days? Seriously?
Oh no, that's just that's conservative estimate. Hopefully we'll be done by 12
Get some
o'clock.
food or sleep or something.
Hopefully we'll be done by midday tomorrow. That's my
Okay, well,
hope.
Listen, best of luck with everyone, and thank you for all the wonderful comments I've been looking at on Twitch and everywhere else, and on here on Discord. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you so much. Good luck, and I will speak to you all later.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you for all you've
It was great
done.
having you
Thank you
on.
for all you've done for trans rights in UK, Annie.
Oh, my absolute pleasure, and I will continue.
And if I can just add one thing, thank you for making a pretty darn excellent Broken Sword fan game.
Oh, you remember that? Wow. Okay, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my voice was on that. Yes, you did
Yeah?
get me. Yeah.
Sorry,
2.5.
I'm a big Broken Sword fan, so.
Wow. Thank you. It's a big flashback, that is.
Yeah. They never fixed the sword. You always think we're gonna get it.
No, we redubbed a French fan game or something, didn't we? So that was all. Yeah, it was something else. It was a good project. Listen, I'm going to head off. I'm going to play something on the Xbox before I go to sleep. So, thank you again, and love you all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
And,
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. And thanks for coming on, John. You don't have to stay. You know, you've pushed us over. You did the thing. You don't feel expected to remain just because it's amazing. It's cool getting a chance to briefly meet you.
Yeah, I know the literally shaking thing.
Thanks for having me on. I'm glad I could help out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back to work, and good luck.
Have an excellent day,
Thank you.
evening, whatever it is. Cheers.
Nice meeting you as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
And I want to give a big shout out to Brenda Romero as well for making this happen.
Nice. Thank you so much. Wow.
Thank you.
I need a minute.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that was,
can we all just like pinch ourselves to make sure that actually happened?
Yeah, that happened.
Oh, that's.
Well, 200K, yeah!
100K. That's incredible, and we're
Oh my
we're
God.
already 1,000 above it. That's
Cher
that's
has
insane.
retweeted us.
Wow.
Yeah.
I get the feeling Harris is going to be playing Donkey Kong 64 for a lot longer.
I when he gets back, I've got something to tell him from my TL. But that's.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know, I wait till Harris comes back. I was gonna buck out and let other people get a chance to talk, but
We
yeah.
we can make this about winter anime until he gets back.
Oh God, we've trapped all these. It's like you lock these 14,000 people in an amphitheater, and then you lock the doors, and it's like so anime, and they're like there's claw marks on the window.
Yeah, they're all just trying to get out.
Yeah.
So Mob Psycho 100 though.
Yeah, I'm actually I can't talk about winter anime because I actually have not watched any of it yet. I've been busy preparing editorial for it and stuff like that. But I will say, if people are interested in future anime that might be about trans stuff, the creator of Revolutionary Girl Utena, his name is Kunihiko Ikuhara, who's known for making a lot of queer anime. He is working on a show that's going to be released in spring that I'm really excited about. It's called Sarazan Mai. Have you guys heard of this at all?
No.
No, I get so caught up in the current season that I miss stuff.
All right, so I'm really excited about this. I've been excited about this for like over a year for how long that he's built it up and talked about it. But when it comes out, here's the premise. Here's all we know about Sarazan Mai. The premise is boys in early high school, freshmen in high school, encounter a kappa who is a Japanese mythological figure who pulls, and this is part of Japanese mythology, pulls their souls out of their butts in the form of a golden ball.
Yep.
And says that they can only have them back if they kill zombies for him. And all of this is supposed to be a big metaphorical allegory for queerness and being a queer boy or
Sounds like he just ripped off
MTF
Twin Peaks season
in
3.
Japan.
Yeah.
Right.
I've seen all that before. That's
So-
fine. Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, that sounds
Yes.
great. Did he also make Space Dandy, or did I imagine that?
No, he made Utena, Sailor Moon, that was an adaptation, but as far as his original ideas, he did Utena, Penguin Drum, Yurikuma Arashi, and now he's doing Sarazanmai. And he is, if you like big, crazy, queer allegories, that is his bread and butter. It's good stuff.
Who did Gingu Bishonen?
I don't know.
I thought someone who worked on Utena did that, and I heard that, and that made me watch it.
Star Driver, you mean?
Star Driver, yeah.
So Star Driver was made by Ikuhara's close friend, that he's been friends with since childhood. His name's Yoji Enokido, and he is not queer, as far as I understand. He's a straight-ish man, but his style is very much informed by Ikuhara's style. So he is. He worked on Ouran High School Host Club and gave it its sort of distinct flavor. And after that he did Star Driver, and after that it's like a bunch of stuff you don't want to have to sit through that's bad, like Captain Earth. And...
I've just been informed that our stream has been retweeted by Cher.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, she has a trans son, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Jazz Bono is trans.
Yeah. Get Cher on the stream. No, that's it's too powerful. It's too scary.
We'll just have to have Jeff do a Cher impression instead.
Oh no!
Where do I go? I'm lost in the factory. It's just this is capitalism.
Harris, this is very important.
Yeah.
Chris Generico from Twitter asked me to please tell you to save.
Thank you. Oh. We got it. We got it. We did it. We got it.
Yeah.
Say again.
There's something in this room I haven't done that enables me to get up and do everyone else's stuff, and I don't know what it is and how to do it. And it should be easy, and it's ruining my life.
Well, the machine's not on, right?
Yeah, but how do you turn it on?
I've played this in such a long time. I think you beat Donkey Kong this is just memory, so it could be wrong. There's a room where there's a Donkey Kong arcade machine, and you play it as Donkey Kong, and you beat a certain amount of it, and it turns on a thing that opens it. God damn it!
I know the room with the arcade machine. I know the room with the arcade machine. Maybe there was a switch I ignored because I was so happy to just get to the arcade straight away and beat it. That could be it. That could be it.
It's a switch that's inside okay, so there's a big hutch. This is all memory. There's a big hutch in that main room where Chunky was hanging from the chain. It's somewhere up there, and it's like a big shed, and if you can get inside it, I don't remember how you unlock it. There's a switch in there that you pull, and it's like, machine, okay, and it turns on
starts the factory, and that's how the level... I haven't even started the factory yet.
I don't remember where it is, though, because this is all like 8-year-old shit.
Go to the top floor and drop through a hole, use the 2-pad. What does that mean? No! I forgot that the poles were weird in this.
Well, hopefully that helps, but I think I've spent long enough in here, and there's lots of other people who want to come in and congratulate you on reaching your 200,000 goal. I was very lucky to be here for it, because I was really busy the first 48 hours and wasn't able to join you. But
having you in, it's always a pleasure getting to talk to you, and thank you for being one of the 2 or 3 people who's genuinely helped me beat this game. You're an actual superstar. Thank you so much.
That is, I am not at all, and that is extremely flattering, and thank you so much. I guess if I have to throw anything out here, I'm not like, I'm going to plug my shit, but I am, for the first time in a long time, getting back into YouTube. If you go to my Twitter page, there's a video there pinned, if you want to see. It's called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Be Gay, Do Crimes. It's about how absolutely fucking absurdly queer the new season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is, and I'm going to be making a new video on Castlevania soon, and it's not going to be about gayness, that one, but I'm just, I'm really stoked to finally be getting back into video, because I missed it a lot, so, Be Gay, Do Crimes, everybody, and congratulations on 200K, this is really cool, Harris, and you should come over to the States sometime, and we'll hang out.
I'd love to. Next time, I'll let you know next time I'm coming to the States. I don't have any plans just yet, but I would love to.
Awesome. Okay, so I don't know how to leave.
You can never leave.
The bottom left corner of the window, there's a
I see it.
disconnect button.
It's cool talking to you too, Jeff. Bye bye.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. And
Bye.
I now that Jake's gone, I just want to mention to any of my fans who are here, if you like what I do on YouTube, I am very serious that Jake's work as Jezu Otaku was a huge influence on what I do. And his cinematic approach to analyzing anime
had a huge influence on me. So if you like what I do, check out his channel.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh yeah, we've both stolen more from Jezu Otaku than anyone else.
I legitimately think that Jezu Otaku was one of maybe the best show on Tigwatig.
Definitely. I couldn't tell you who I thought was better. There's the guy who does the Mike Jevons, I think was good, but no, like I think Jezu Otaku was one of the best, and it'll be good to have him back. Back in the game.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
Now we gotta get you through this factory level.
Yeah, I've got to turn the factory on. People are asking for a new goal. I don't know what the goal should even be. Or there are no more barriers to cross. I mean, I might set it to 250. Just feel like this is it.
250 is like
that's 50. That's so much though. Like, I feel like there should be an in between one. Like,
I mean, I don't want to say you're definitely gonna reach it, but if you keep pace, you're gonna reach it.
Yeah, if I keep pace, because I'm never gonna stop. It's never gonna end. So, okay, new goal. Wait, what? How much money did we just have before I deleted the thing?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I mean,
how much were we at?
2.
2 is a goal. That's a good one.
Yeah.
All twos.
It was something like 205,000, something like that.
Okay.
Give or take.
$205.
Oh, it's 202. It's
202.
202. Okay.
Cool. Oh, I've got to set a goal. All twos. There, all twos. There we go.
All twos, baby.
All twos. It's 2 time. Thanks, Gex.
You gotta think of a clever name for your next goal before you reach it.
Yeah, I've got to actually start thinking of. I stopped thinking of clever goals when we passed $5,000. I was like, this is absurd, and I've been running on empty since then. There was one goal where I was like, if we pass this goal, I will make a Warhammer joke, and I hadn't thought of one by the time we passed it. Like,
I was watching last night, and you said that you accidentally put an extra 0 in $15,000.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like 150, and now we just passed 202,000.
That's insane.
Fruit basket for Graham Linehan. Honestly, that's.
I mean, Graham, this is on you.
Yeah.
You know, like they're gonna take this money and they're gonna change the gender of every person in the UK.
Everyone who wants it.
Yeah. Everyone who wants it. Yep.
Yeah, everyone who wants it. Not forcibly.
Not forcibly.
Not yet. We don't quite, maybe at 250,000.
Gonna happen.
Yeah, Graham. Just a personal message from me to you. Please try to destroy more charities. Only good appears to come of it. So, thanks, Graham, and fuck you.
I would really appreciate it, like personally, if you would just tell everybody that Doctors Without Borders is murdering children. Because that would really go a long way to helping them out.
Yeah, just can you go all in on Jeremy Corbyn? That'll just make him less. That'll just make him look less good. The more you hate everyone who's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, so how is that?
Amazing. Can we get Graham Linehan to come out as pro-Brexit? I feel like that would finally tip the scales. In favor of Remain.
I think those scales have been tipped for a while, but we'll never know unless there's another referendum.
So, do you think that Graham Linehan, when he started this bullshit, do you think he ever would have foreseen it getting dunked on by John Romero?
The creator of Doom, one of his favorite games, came on stream to yell trans rights.
That's something, isn't it?
He didn't leave immediately when I mentioned Daikatana, so I love him. He's a good guy in my books.
He's really good.
Which is, as someone who made a whole video about someone who threw away all of the money they'd ever made on a console that no one bought, and how cool that is, I do have respect for someone going, I'm going to make my dream, even if it didn't become anything. I genuinely think Daikatana's a really interesting thing, but there we go. Upcoming video, Daikatana.
I admire the hell out of John Romero because he's like an artist, you know? He's not about the pursuit of the profit of the game necessarily, although obviously he believed in it and that it would make money, but more to the point, he just wanted to advance the field of game design.
He's a really nice guy as well. So I have a funny anecdote about first time I met him. It's one of our local game jams, and we started chatting. His little crew was making a nice little kind of point-and-click adventure, and I said that it reminded me a little of Gone Home, and we both started gushing about how much we liked Gone Home. So our very first conversation with John was talking about how great Gone Home was, and on his suggestion, I played what was Davy Redden's game?
The Stanley Parable?
No, the one.
God, I'm blanking on the name of it, but the one that was made by
John Home?
a friend of his. No,
John Home. Is that a joke?
I know
John
that's
Home.
me stuttering.
The Beginner's Guide. The
Beginner's Guide, yes. So I played the Beginner's Guide
Hmm.
that night on his suggestion and loved it. So
that is a phenomenal, work of fiction.
One of my favourite things during Gamergate was when I just reminded of Gone Home because people writing John Home in the chat was a 4chan post I saw that was someone like, Gone Home was bad enough, but what happens when they fully take over and it has a DLC that's a lesbian reading a poem or something? I was like, that sounds pretty cool. Check the high voltage building for a switch to turn on the factory. Okay.
The number of people who don't understand that if you don't like a video game, you can just not play it is.
That's an option?
Is it
I
just
know,
there?
right?
Has it been just there the entire time? This is why it took me 60 hours as a child. My brain no good.
Sorry, my cat's screaming. Hello, I'm here also now.
Hello.
The cat bit me.
What did you? Wait, that's
is
no,
that
that's
the
turned
first
on. That's
cat
turned
bite
on.
stream.
Yeah, that's on.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's alright. I'm Elodie Cunningham. I am a trans. Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
I do YouTube and stuff, and I kind of wanted to come on mostly because I wanted to say thank you to mermaids, because when I was 18, they kind of saved me from killing myself. So,
wow.
When I phoned them up when I was in a really bad time when I was in university, and I just hours and hours just on the line with one single person, and they just were absolutely amazing. And I went back to it a few times, and it just absolutely saved my life. So I just really wanted to say a massive thank you to them, and also thank you to you guys and the whole stream and everything, because this has been amazing.
Oh, I just want to give you a big fucking hug right now.
It means a lot that you came on. God. This whole stream has been a lot. I had not predicted any of this.
Oh.
I'd expected to be me and all 6 of my friends occasionally, keeping me alive while we raise a small amount of money.
It's just amazing how
And
much
this-
money has been
and
made.
The amount of support and people who have come out for it to say hello, to donate has. I mean, I had no expectations that there were really that many people who knew what was going on, but there's loads, and they were just waiting to come out. And I just don't know what to say. I'm trying to think of something good to say at the end of the stream, like when it's over. Like, how do I cap this? What's the? So half of my head is ghostwriting my future concluding remarks, but luckily that's still 6 to 8 weeks from now.
I can't wait for Be the Bother Part 3.
That's a lie. You're evil. No. I'm sure a wonderful person, really, but it's going to take a lot for you to come back from that. How dare you?
I'll say that my favourite film is The Phantom Menace.
Yeah! It's a good film!
Yeah, I have a YouTube series called Gungan Watch, in which I find Phantom Menace merchandise from 20 years ago and talk at length about how much I love The Phantom Menace.
Oh my god, do you have the Jar Jar Binks glow in the dark cereal thing that has like a really sticky long tongue?
I used to have that and I haven't.
I love it so
found
much.
that.
And it didn't glow in the dark very well. You had to hold it under a light for a while, and then it would glow in
Actually,
the dark.
no! Shoot! Do you know what I'm holding? Harris, do you know what I'm holding?
What are you holding?
I'm holding the Jar Jar Binks glow in the dark cereal thing with the sticky tongue, except its sticky tongue's missing, which is why I didn't think of it right away.
Oh my god, yeah, no, it's just a statue. Oh, that's so sad.
it's
Those
just
sticky tongues, they went crusty and bad immediately. I found mine years later,
Yeah,
and it was
but
like
I've
just
got that.
it was rotten.
Near me, I've got a Jar Jar Binks head ceramic mug. I've got a super premium Jar Jar Binks action figure over here. Jar Jar Binks on Kadu action figure here. Like 3 different Phantom Menace books. Large Darth Maul mask.
He's a people's hero, he's like the most interesting part of the story is he's just like this.
I just got AOC to tweet, y'all. So.
Who? Sorry.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
AOC tweeted about the stream.
Yeah.
What? I should probably cover my armpits. Wow, incredible. Yeah, Jar Jar's great because he's just this guy who's weird and becomes a politician and destroys the world. Like, he's such an interesting arc.
Yeah, well, the whole story is that he's somebody who nobody would choose to trust usually because he seems like such an idiot, but Qui-Gon puts his faith in him, and when he's had the faith put into him, he achieves amazing things. He brings the Naboo and the Gungans together.
Yeah. He rolls around on the thing and accidentally kills a bunch of the robots. And he's a war hero. I love his whole arc is just so incredibly silly.
Yeah.
And yet it's less silly than many actual politicians' arcs into power in the United States. Like, it ended up being very, very prescient. No, well, not even prescient. I mean, Reagan was a fucking cowboy who just completely lost it, and they continue to give him stuff like all of his speeches are just him trying to remember scripts he used to read for money,
fucking hell, yeah.
And they made him president. You made him your president, America. So, well done.
Yeah, hashtag Gungan Watch 2019. If we can get that one trending as well, then I'll be happy.
Nice, yeah, Gungan Watch 29. That'd be great. Basically, the easiest way, if you've had 3 concussions, you're well on your way to being elected President of the United States. Wrestlers, I look forward to our wrestler president. Hulk Hogan.
Well, Dwayne Johnson's running, so...
Dwayne Johnson deserves to be president. I'd vote for him.
He does.
No one deserves to be president. There shouldn't be a president.
Okay.
Yeah, but also...
Okay, delete presidents. We'll delete presidents at 222.
Cancel them all.
Hey everybody, I just popped in. I thought I would introduce myself and say hello.
Hello.
My name's Flea.
Hey, Flea.
I'm a trans woman. I work at a prominent family planning facility in the States. I tweet a little too much. You can follow me on Twitter at Flea. And I'm glad to be here. This is amazing.
We just passed
I'm so
50
proud.
hours. It's lovely
so,
to meet you, Flea.
so cool.
You've been hanging out in the chat, being very quiet, waiting your turn for a long time, and that's really
I
helpful
have.
of you.
I'm
you so
pretty
much.
quiet.
You paid your dues. Oh, it's not. I already did. This is the one bit I've already done of this level. What? How do I turn the factory on? Does anyone know? Do we have any safety
I'll get
inspectors?
back on I'll get back on co-piloting.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, please. I know you said you were going to go, but I think I need you.
Hey,
I'm going to need your
I
work.
need another Discord. I need another Discord link.
Someone will probably post one in the chat now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I guess it expires.
Alexandra, Cassia.
Okay.
Switch in the high
okay.
voltage hut. High voltage hut. High voltage hut. Okay, where?
Yeah. So once you find the high voltage building, shoot the coconut switch to open it. Once inside, pull the switch to activate the large machine in the middle of the level.
Okay.
And you have to be as Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Have to be.
I messaged you there, Chelsea.
Okay. Donkey Konga. Ba 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 da da. Ooh, next time I should stream Donkey Konga.
That would be fun. By the way, you're over 50 hours now.
Over 50 hours of this.
Well done.
You're also at 17,000 viewers.
That's more viewers than I've actually had hot dinners.
That's.
Man. At some point, the amount of viewers I've had is more than the amount of views I previously had on my stream. Like, high voltage building. Where would that be? I saw it a few times, but I don't know where it is. My visuospatial sketchpad has been wiped out by other people's generosity. Testing department. It wouldn't be in the testing department, would it? That wouldn't make any sense.
But thank you so much for having me on here, and thanks for doing all of this for mermaids. It's been really great. It's been really uplifting to see and heartwarming.
Thank you for coming on to say that.
Yeah, and thanks to all the trans people watching the chat. I love you all. You're all
Thank
great.
you all. Yeah.
Thank you, Riley. I really like your videos. Sorry, before you go, I just wanted to say it.
Thank you for coming on and hanging out for a
Thank
while,
you, I really
and thanks
appreciate
for
sharing.
chatting. It's been great. Alexandria has retweeted. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Yeah, she.
Okay, so
yeah.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has joined the Discord server.
What?
Oh my!
No, this is a trick. This is a trick. They're not real. It can't. No.
I'm back, by the way. I've returned.
It's got. She's got the official posing in front of the flag, posing in front of a background like official photo shoot picture.
Oh. Oh my!
I was going to introduce my.
I'm not breathing. We've just been moved into a separate chat with Casey, Chelsea, and Dan. How's it all going, everyone?
Things are a little high key at the moment.
I'm a little. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a. I'm having a normal one. I'm having a Graham right now. I'm Grahaming out. My whole life is flashing before my eyes, and none of it meant anything except Donkey Kong. So, how's it been? How's it been going, Dan?
It's been going all right. We've been working hard behind the scenes to keep things running as smoothly as possible, given how this has escalated and ballooned just beyond our wildest dreams so quickly.
When you offered to help with the stream, you had not accounted for it absolutely exploding, but you and Casey have done so much work for this without people seeing, and I owe you a lot of ones. Tens of thousands of them, in fact. So, you know, if you need a favor, I can, you know...
I'll think of something.
Think of something.
Maybe that favor will just be something small, like allow me to come on more streams and play the antagonist. Encourage you to not save your game and deliberately like suppress chat, reminding you to like, you know,
chat suppression
back up
is
your
real.
progress and stuff like that.
Yeah. Wow. How do I... I've got to do something to swing from these ropes, and I don't know what... Oh, wait, does Donkey Kong have to do the... Did I somehow not do this basic part of the thing? Did I never do this? If that was it... Oh, gosh.
So we're just working on getting... There we go. I
Teaching
think
Alexandria how
we've
to-
got
how
it.
to plug a
We're
mic
just
in.
we're just trying to sort something out in the background and
yeah.
Just keep playing.
Yeah,
make
okay, we already
this
did that.
happen.
Yeah. Already did that part. What's this?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm well. How are you all?
It's... Hello, it's fantastic to meet you. Would you like to introduce yourself in case some people don't know who you are?
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Hello.
We
Yes,
can hear
we
you.
can.
I gotcha.
What's up?
Would
time's it over
Would
there?
you like to introduce yourself? I'm sure chat is going wild. They know who you are, but
Just I
for
want it on the
all
record.
of us, give
I need
us,
to know.
Of course, everyone. My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I am the Congresswoman for New York's 14th Congressional District.
Thank you so much
It's
for
a pleasure to meet
joining
you.
us today.
It's
a pleasure to meet
you.
Likewise, thank you to Chelsea for giving me the heads up and inviting me.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
Yeah.
I committed
Yeah,
so
these
much
are-
voter
these are
fraud
some
for
of my
you.
friends.
I'm sorry. I'm
Pardon?
kidding. Nothing.
These are some of my friends.
It's amazing. It's wow. How is it going over there? The government is like shut down. Longest shutdown
government-
in history.
The government is currently shut down. It's the longest shutdown in American history. Our TSA airport workers are not getting paid. Our FDA food inspectors are not getting paid. We have folks showing up to NASA that are not paid, and they're showing up for free just to keep, basic vital systems to keep our astronauts alive, continuing. And so it's kind of a mess right now. And we're doing everything that we can.
Well, keep fighting. I think what you're doing is phenomenal, and I'm glad that the Democrats haven't caved, because it's a big thing to cave on, and it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an
Thank
issue
you.
because regardless of whether it's for a wall or for anything else, the whole point is that if we caved on this, no matter what the request was, then we're basically legitimizing the tactic of holding people's paychecks hostage. And
Then they
so-
can do it again whenever they want. Yeah. This
exactly.
Is, yeah.
For any agenda point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only that. It's not only that, but now kids are yelling, build a wall to indigenous people, and clear that it's just this whole wall notion is just a symbol for something else.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's absolutely
it's
right.
It's a gigantic monument to white supremacy, effectively.
Exactly.
Exactly. And it's just, I applaud you all for the organizing that you're doing, because the best way that we fight against tactics like that is not just resistance, but by actively supporting and advancing the communities that need advocacy the most. So I really appreciate you and everyone who's joining you today.
Yeah,
Well,
and
yeah.
H-bomb. Did you think that it was gonna get to this point?
I couldn't. I maybe have fantasized about anything remotely like this ever happening in my life, and even they have not compared to what has happened. It's been amazing, and just wow. Could I get you to say trans rights?
Pardon me?
Yes, could I get you to say trans rights, please? I know there's a lot of people in the chat who would love to hear it.
Trans rights, absolutely. It's a no-brainer. Trans rights are civil rights, are human rights.
Thank you so much for saying that.
Thank you so
Of
much.
course.
Okay, I've actually got a question to kind of bounce off of that.
Sure.
So you have done an absolutely stellar job over the last just few weeks, barely a month, taking the 70% tax rate and turning it from an abstract concept into a specific policy that the public understands and supports.
Yeah.
Is there anything on the docket in terms of like trans policy, making use of that same momentum to help the public understand actionable policy goals for trans rights?
I think that's an excellent question. It's an interesting one as well, because when we're talking about actually just fighting for equal protection, it's not as though we're trying to advance a specific policy as much as it is it's more of I feel like a lot of the times it's the war that we're having is a cultural one, much more than just than a marginal tax rate is. So what we really need to do and show, I think, which I think we're starting to do, is have this conversation a lot more in our culture. And so, for so long, I would say that Democrats in the United States have operated from a defensive place for a very, very long time. And what we're doing is just kind of going on the offensive. Like I just tweeted today that in the United States, we wouldn't have to talk about bathrooms at all if everyone just washed their hands and minded their own business.
Amazing. What an idea.
And so I think that a lot of what we need to do is put things into perspective, but also continue to reassert that equal rights means equal rights. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. It doesn't matter how you identify. And in terms of legislation, we can legislate protections or legislate. And this was actually a question that we've had recently, not just specifically to the trans community, but there was legislation that a Democrat was trying to propose that was essentially a protection for our immigrant community, but it was a constitutional protection, I believe. And so we actually didn't co-sponsor it, and we actually pushed back on it, because introducing legislation that pretty much already reasserts what's in the Constitution makes it feel like it's up for debate, like if they voted if they voted if they voted down the law, it would almost make the constitutional guarantee seem less valid. And so we actually pushed back against it, even though that it may seem kind of like a twisted logic or counterintuitive of sorts. But we actually pushed back against it because we said we don't want to have a debate about what is already settled.
Once you put that stuff up for discussion, that's bad. Yeah.
Exactly. And so really what I think we have to reassert is that when we say that equal rights for all, we mean equal rights for all, no asterisks, exceptions, fine print, nothing. And
this is so fantastic to hear, and I'm glad we got you on. I'd love to talk more about trans rights and the marginal tax rate, but I would also, I need to ask, do you know how to turn on the power in Frantic Factory in Donkey Kong 64? Because I've been here for hours and I don't know how to do it.
Do not. I'm sorry. Donkey Kong 64 is outside of my wheelhouse.
Well, that's okay. Your wheelhouse is really, really good. I just, you've lost my vote. No, this is fantastic. Please continue.
I never owned an N64, though I do think it's probably the best system out of all of them. I never owned an N64, but I used to go to my cousin's house all the time, and she had Super Mario 64, Pokemon Snap, and probably a handful of other things.
Yes!
And that's probably all I know how to play.
Pokemon Snap was fantastic. Please, what you were saying was really important. I said that was a poor taste joke. Please do continue.
No worries.
Yeah.
I just want to say that, like, one of the biggest things that I find with the trans community, like for me personally, is like the biggest issues that we face are housing and healthcare.
Yep.
And those are not just trans specific issues. Those are everybody.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, the trans community isn't uniting behind single issue things that only affect them. It's a single issue thing that affects absolutely everyone.
Yeah, that's right, and that's when we have these conversations about intersectionality that are so important, because the trans community does face a crisis when it comes to housing and healthcare, like most people, especially most Americans do, except when you have the added layer of discrimination, it makes these issues much more acute in their crises than they usually are on average for other people. And so it's important that we do talk about these issues in the economic frame, but not let go of the fact that that discrimination is a core reason for the economic hardship.
Well said.
Well, that said, I'm sorry I'm here so quickly, but I just wanted to pop in and say hello. I do need to head out.
It was amazing
I actually
getting
have
you.
one extremely short question just before you
Sure.
go.
Okay.
Have you seen the AOC Dances Twitter account?
I have seen the AOC Dances Twitter account.
We had them on
I have
earlier.
not seen all of the tweets.
We have the maker in our channel.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, no, I've seen it. It's great. I haven't seen all of the tweets, but I there was one. It's the classic. What's the song? I'm trying to remember. It's the 80s song. You can dance if you want to.
Safety dance.
Exactly.
Men
The
Without
safety dance one. That one's great.
Yeah.
Well, chat is losing their minds. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Of course.
Has made it a phenomenal weekend for many people.
So much.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for doing this work. I really appreciate it. Everyone appreciates it.
No, thank you
Thank
for
you.
doing your work, and
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Have a great
May
day.
I just say
I'll
that
see you on TV.
I've been a bit quiet now, but Alexandria, you are giving a lot of people a lot of hope right now,
Thank you.
and I really don't have anything to ask, but I just wanted to say that. And I'm kind of shaking right now.
Oh, no reason to shake.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and I'm so happy that the movement isn't all just about one person either. It's that we can have these spontaneous, joyous, and supportive moments, and any one of us can be responsible and be the source of it. So I thank you all so much, and have an amazing day.
You too.
Woo!
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Trans rights.
That's right, trans rights.
Right.
All right, Harry. Just before that was amazing. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And just before I fade back into the background, in order to get to the power shed, you have to go to R&D and drop down the hole with no pole to climb down. You have apparently walked past it several times.
I have just read it on a thing while Alexandria was leaving, and I can feel all of my blood. I can feel it moving through the veins in my face.
Like every square centimeter of your interior, like you've reached that elevated height where you can actually feel.
Yeah. I can see through.
You.
I can see through my skin and into the rest of my nerves. I can see them. There's 26,000 people here right now, and my voice is cracked for the first time in 13 years. Wow, that was incredible, and not to downplay Alexandria's work. But I look forward to there being 100 more people like her in Congress in the next decade, because we need them, and there should be more. And it's awesome. It's awesome having her, and yeah. So here's to more of them.
Cheers.
Hell yeah.
And thanks, Dan, for all the amazing work you've done, completely pro bono, actually figuring out the logistics of making this work. I would be sitting in front of a broken box by now, were it not for your help.
So on that note, actually, we had done a lot of prep into the logistics of getting this specific little segment set up. We don't know how to go back to the old setup, so we're just gonna have to wing it to go back to normal.
Okay.
Can we go back to normal? Is that even possible anymore?
Is there is
What
no
is
normal?
normal?
Normal is
What
gone.
is normal?
I think I
What
see what
is
they were
normal?
saying earlier about there being no normal. It never existed. There was never such a thing.
You can't restore your childhood, but I think really all we do is we click back on the general channel and just return to the general channel. rather than this one that we're in right now.
We did it. I
We
did
did
the
it.
basic thing. I opened the high voltage door. Power's back on.
Two co-equal peaks interviewed Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, opened the power door.
We did it. This is
We
a
did it.
monumental day for all people, but especially me, because I can finally finish this bloody level and maybe one day go to bed without a skeleton being in the chair staring at me next to me, which is really disorienting. Here's to you, the viewer, and everyone here. I'm going to move back to the general chat, which is full of people, and they're not going to see it coming. It's going to be great. Bye.
No, but AOC's gone.
Hello, friends.
Hi,
Hello.
H-Bomb.
Hello.
Hi.
That was insane.
Can someone give me some... I need to borrow some heartbeats because mine's running out. I turned the factory on. Finally. 50 hours and 20 minutes in, level 5 has started.
It was through the power of AOC, you finally figured out how to start back up American industry.
Yeah, her logic and reason convinced me to look up a wiki. Maybe there are experts who know what they're talking about. Sorry? Sorry, you said something and I just yelled at as you were talking. Please say it again.
So sorry. I just want to say I'm so glad that she found my AOC Dances account. I'm just like amazed because I had someone mention it and I just wanted to come in and say that.
I missed the interview, but are you recording the entire stream?
The whole stream is recorded, yeah.
Alright, good.
In fact, I made a separate recording just for this. I'm gonna stop recording now so that if the next recording breaks, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's a good call. That is a good idea.
Wow! I got to ask Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez if she knows how to turn the power on in Frantic Factory. Anyway, marginal tax rates. You know, I have a cousin who's not a conservative, but he read Ayn Rand once, and he didn't finish it, but he liked the bits he read.
Did someone pull me back in here?
No, I just joined the chat. Unless someone did pull
Yeah,
me
we
in.
just created a separate channel for a second.
Let's get Slavoj Žižek in. No, and he was like, I've got a question. If you make $1 over the tax bracket, does that mean you pay $40,000 more dollars? I'm like, no, it's marginal. You pay 50% of that $1. Like, fuck you, Luke. I'm kidding. Luke's a wonderful cousin. He's very good. Check out his SoundCloud. SoundCloud.com/mycousin.
Well,
you folks can talk now. I'm running on empty.
No,
As you can tell.
So I was about to say hello, and then Alexandria Cortez showed up, and I was like, I think I've been maybe upstaged a little bit.
Yeah. Well, now the floor is yours, so please come in.
The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jack Sane. I do some video essays on YouTube about 90s cartoons being gay.
Yeah. I saw your Sky High is Fascist video.
Oh yeah, what did you think of it?
It was really, really good. I found a copy of Sky High in one of my friend's little brother's sock drawer. He had a copy of Sky High, and we thought that was so funny that we found it there that we watched it. And we had a really good time watching it. It's a very completely bizarre movie.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun watch. It's like
I'm sorry I didn't
watched
catch.
it probably 4 or 5 times on the video.
I was too busy prepping for this, like working on the video, announcing this and other stuff, to be on the stream with you and Garrett and May. I'm
that's
sorry I
fine.
missed you, so I'm glad to finally have you
That's
in.
fine. I was actually mostly going to come in here to call you out because it's been 3 years now, but you haven't actually answered the great debate question: knife or bat?
Oh, probably knife. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I agree.
Yeah. The thing I always understand is, like, people always like, oh, he was stabbed 30 times and he lived, or they didn't even notice they've been stabbed. What a terrible stabber. I figured, like, awful. Don't know how to use a bladed weapon. That's not how you do it. That's just my thought about that. This, by the way, the bat knife debate is a giant bomb, an ancient giant bomb riddle. Which I do have a hard time remembering that, like, a person who did some giant bomb compilations was Sean. That's just what he did before this, and that you did animated giant bomb stuff. Like, just giant bomb people keep turning out to be awesome.
It's the thing, giant bomb people and people that are big fans of Stuart Lee. It's like the
Yeah.
It's like the because I also did some Stuart Lee animations way back when.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm mostly referencing the fact for viewers that it was like the one interaction I had with H-Bomb that was, it was 3 years ago you commented on that video, and your
Holy
channel was
shit.
just starting to take, wasn't even close to like starting to do what I'm doing now. Like I only started about half a year ago, but
Yeah, well,
yeah, it's
I
just a
really
weird
like your
thing.
stuff, and I like the stuff that you add to get past the copyright filter, so you can still say what you want to say. Like it's good that you found a way to keep in meaningful things instead of just taking them out. I think that's a really good trick. I'm gonna steal it. Apparently, Mara Wilson might have tweeted the stream, and also Aaron Hansen, which is shocking because I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to mention I exist for legal reasons. By which I mean I made fun of the fact that one of his friends said that racist thing that one time.
Are you
But
still
I don't
friends
know.
with?
I think we
that
can still be
friend?
friends though. I have no idea. But more importantly, let's get him on the stream now. Let's not. I don't know if he wants to.
Get John Tron on.
He knows. Yeah.
Oh God.
Aaron knows who I am. He knows where he can reach me if he needs to. Ego Raptor. He never responded to my request to do voice for my Newgrounds Flash animation in 2005, and I've always held a grudge. That's what all this is really about.
Wait, what did you do in Newgrounds?
I made Newgrounds animations.
Oh, cool.
You didn't see any of them. No
Are
one
any of
saw
them
them.
worth watching?
None of them are worth watching, and you cannot find them anymore. There is another Newgroundser who has a username like H-Bomb or something, but that one's not me. There's a different one. I was a different one, and I'm too embarrassed to even mention who my account was in case someone remembers, my posting from that era. But
Yeah, I remember it was
Hackers
like...
get on it.
I
used to be
was the
so
Kim
important to
Possible
me.
hentai guy. No.
Oh god.
Oh god, that what a fucking great. I'm gonna mention this in joke. In a bunch of background stuff, whenever I show like my desktop in videos, it's got like Kim Possible hentai in the search bar and stuff, and that's a reference to a Newgrounds thing where someone posted a screenshot of their high score in a game, and that was in the corner in the Google menu. I just think that's just a permanently funny joke that only I will ever know and get, but whatever, it's fine. I need to go to the
And
bathroom.
now, thousands of people.
Thousands of people here, and I need to do a poo. So, I don't know what you're talking about when I'm not here, but I'm not here for most of it, so whatever you're doing seems to be working. Keep going.
Harris is a big poo boy.
I know, I was just thinking that.
Dick Cheney made money off the Iraq War.
Ash!
Hello.
Hi, we're back again. I mean, cat tangly. We've only been on for minutes at a time. I'm Kieran Oshin, and
I'm Astrid Johnson.
and we're basically sharing the same mic because we're housemates, and we're both trans. So, yeah, no, this is meaning a hell of a lot. Like, so much. And I have a bit of like a moral sort of problem. I love the fact that this is like getting money for a charity that really deserves it. Graham Linham had no right to involve himself, and but I was listening to Nick Spheres last night saying about like how if people don't want to solely give their money to like a huge charity and not know where it's going and give it to individuals, I've got a pretty important fundraiser going on right now. It is currently posted to my Twitter. My Twitter is @Kieran Oshin, which is CIARANOISIN, and it's basically to get my first wheelchair. Back in June, I was diagnosed with endometriosis. It left me with a surgery that basically sent me into a state of consistently deteriorating health, to the point where it is
honestly getting to the point where I am needing a wheelchair, and honestly, any and all support, even just sharing, retweeting, anything helps. It would mean the absolute world. Right now, I'm currently sitting at, let's see, 679 quid, but it's a long way to go to get to the goal. I had a demo with a light wheelchair and it was absolutely amazing. It was honestly, it gave me so much independence from what I typically have, and it was honestly so wonderfully, it's just so good. And yeah, plus one other thing on top of it, if the money goes past the goal and keeps getting money, all extra funds will go towards other mobility aids, such as smart crutches, or just things I need to be able to do difficult things like just even cooking food. It would go to that. Everything would get supported. And after that, if I had any excess money at all, I'm planning on splitting it between Mermaids, the Belfast Trans Resource Centre, and Over the Rainbow in Bournemouth, because they are LGBT charities that are entirely deserving of so much more money. They're giving so many people, many people like support. Honestly, Gender Gemma and I and the Trans Resource Centre saved my life when I was 17. I was in a really bad state. They helped me get my first binder, and honestly, giving back to them would be wonderful. So yeah, no, if you have any money that you would like to spare and give it to somebody that's like an individual, that would be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, has the link been posted in the chat yet?
Hello. It looks like it has been, yeah.
I'm back. How's it going?
We
What's
were just
up?
talking about supporting crowdfunding.
Good
for a
stuff.
wheelchair.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking, like, we have raised a lot of money for Mermaids. Should we, like, do we keep raising money for Mermaids, or when do we call it and say we should raise money for other stuff? Like, there's a lot of other people out there who need support, and who could be helped by even a small amount. Like, is there something else we should do? Should we?
Basically, no, I'm just saying about the fact that I need my first wheelchair, and it's honestly, it would help me so much. I'd finally be able to actually go back to uni constantly and consistently. I've been having to miss lectures. I've been bedridden. I've been getting pseudo seizures. I've been getting uterus flash shedding from me. It is just hell after hell after hell. And any support is like, it's so appreciated, because it is a constant cycle when you're disabled trans of doctors just not listening, and getting disregarded. And
stop crying, it's really gay.
Apparently Neil Gaiman has retweeted this. We've surpassed all twos while I was in the bathroom. I mean, jeez, wow, thank you for coming on. And
oh, you got all the number twos while you were doing a number two.
I was doing a number two. Well, it's not even a joke. This is things have gone bad.
We're looking at the GoFundMe live, and it's like we put it we got it up for Kieran a couple of about an hour ago, and it's already got 730 quid on it. Whoa!
You endorsed
it
there!
Wow!
Yeah,
you're catching us, Astrid. You're catching us.
Shit! I'm catching Dorset.
We're in Bournemouth for uni.
I am from Bournemouth and am good friends with Astrid. We used to do a lot of podcasts together.
What should the next goal be? What should the next goal be?
$690,000.
No. What should the title be for the goal? I've set it as 250. What should the goal title be?
Dick Cheney made money off the Iraq War.
No, that's too easy.
No.
War Crimes Tribunal.
Definitely not Ash. Please don't get me kicked off.
Okay.
Choo Choo Train to Piss Town.
Choo Choo Train to Piss Town.
No, Neil Gaiman just retweeted us. We can't do that.
Piss Town. Piss Town.
Okay.
I thought we were meant to be family friendly here.
Okay.
Choo Choo Train to Wee Wee Town. There we go. That's family
Choo Choo
friendly.
Train to Wee Wee Town.
What's a good pun on American Gods? American Clods.
American Thoughts.
American Thoughts. Got it. Done.
Okay, so the family friendliness is
Everyone in the
it's an
chat
ambiguous
is...
word.
Oh,
People in
wow.
the chat are going, they're all reaching out about Choo Choo Train to Piss Town.
Got it.
And,
American Gods was a good book. Thanks, Neil. That's it. I've got it.
That's good. That's good.
Always wanted to say thank you, Neil Gaiman, for American Gods. The show was pretty good too. The show has a fantastic bit where it's letterboxed and a guy's arm gets cut off and the sword flies out of the letterbox.
Oh my god!
What
Yeah,
a fucking great show!
So we keep showing people that episode. It's a really good bit, and we always point it out.
Okay, one of the best when I had insomnia and I was 14, I found on Neil Gaiman's website his daughter, who at the time was young, interviewing her dad, and it was so nice, and it was one of the only things I could fall asleep listening to.
Hang on. Okay, so you know how I said that fundraiser that we've got for Kieran's wheelchair was £730?
Yeah.
So we just refreshed, and it's £1,000 over its goal of 4,500.
Oh my god!
All right,
like
we need a new charity.
People.
What the fuck?
Oh my god! Yes!
Yes!
Oh, holy shit!
Mate,
I'm out of food.
that's
I need
fucking mental.
I need to raise some money for one apple. I'm out of apples. I'm kidding. I've got a pizza in the oven, and after that, I will be out of food, and then we'll be in trouble.
Big
But
hug. Come here, big hug. You're right.
If you don't mind me maybe mentioning something a little bit similar.
please continue. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Currently,
Go for it.
If this is helping out, like fuck it.
Now is the time.
Currently, me and my wife are. I mean, I'm in the process of immigrating to be with my wife, and we're having a bunch of like excess medical expenses that are kind of unexpected, like medical costs and whatnot. On my Twitter, there's like a link if anyone wants to throw in a few quid. I'll just say that.
Thank you. 2 wheelchairs. I just heard you say that.
What
if you want to spare?
I'm saying we should get 2 chairs.
Would it be crass? Would it be crass for me to also bring something up?
Fucking go for it.
Sorry, Casey's trying to. Casey's the producer.
Sorry.
She's in charge. What is it?
Retweeted by Matthew Mercer.
Wow.
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 Shit.
Wow.
It's high noon.
Quick thing, Casey.
quickly
I'm sure you're familiar with Heather
somebody-
Alexandra. Could you try and get her in? Because I love her work and I want to. I just want to
Okay, I'll
use
ask.
the current leverage I have to forcibly have conversations with people I meant to hang out with and haven't for a while.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you so much to
Matt-
Shannon, who's been hanging out and being good at handling the chat and stuff, and is finally, I think, going to bed. I love you. And cool.
Can I make a quick request that people stop messaging me on Twitter because it is seriously overwhelming right now?
It's a lot. Yeah.
There's so many people trying to get in contact and everything, and I cannot.
We're gonna have to do another one of these. This is, I mean, like, there are too many people who didn't even get to hang out as long as I'd have liked them to. So, like,
Sorry.
I need to do
sorry,
one of these
Harris.
just
The
to
thing is,
showcase
you're
all
just
these
gonna never
voices.
be able to-
Harris,
Yeah?
sorry. Who was it you asked me to get into?
Heather Alexandra, Trans Gamer Think on Twitter.
Yes, I'll message her.
Please, if she's around, she might not be. Like 6 minutes ago, she tweeted about the stream, and I just tweeted back at her like, "It'll be good once you get in here," because we've had Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, but we haven't had Heather, and so it wouldn't be complete. It wouldn't be the same.
So I've got somebody messaging Matthew Mercer's agent right now. So that's the thing that might happen.
Very exciting.
I'm out of even like astounded noises to make, and I'm just making sounds, mouth sounds by Neil Cicierga. Oh, can we get him? No, Neil's too nice. Even though he's too lovely to say fuck Graham Linehan, and that's his one weakness. He lacks he won't destroy his enemies. He can only love his friends.
I do still remember his response to John Tron, though. It was pretty great.
That was so... Yeah, that's the thing. That was so powerful because he waits once every 700 years to dunk. It's like when Toby Fox came out to slash MatPat into 1,000 pieces. Which, you know, MatPat's not a terrible guy.
MatPat's actually a really good guy.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. He just, you know, has some policies he hasn't thought through yet. Yeah, that was...
Yeah.
And he does a lot of work. Like, he gives a lot of people work. Like, people write for him. Like, he's...
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apologies for jumping in again. I think the CEO of Mermaids would like to jump back in.
Well, yes, please. Susie, please come in.
I'm gonna step out so I can eat.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Have a great food, Chelsea.
Yeah. Chelsea's gonna eat.
Have a great eat. I was Harris, I was about to step out as well. I think I gotta get going because I gotta make my video for Tuesday still.
Oh my god, well, yeah. Get that done.
But
it was good talking to you off stream, by the way.
Yeah, and I talked before ages ago about collaborating with you and then never got back to you. I would love to still do something at some point, but I know we're both super busy and this will never end, so I'm taken. But, you know, when we can, let's do some stuff.
You are taken with... I would absolutely love to collaborate with you.
Yeah.
I have seen you make tweets about Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, so that might be a good thing to approach. I don't know.
Let's review Dungeon Dice Monsters.
That would be fun. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on. It has been like, I feel honored to have been a part of this incredible thing that you are doing. But like, you've like changed and improved a lot of people's lives today. And
well,
yeah.
Well, no, the chat, the people watching have improved other people's lives. I have played Donkey Kong, and I haven't even played it very well. I might even take longer than I took as a child to beat it.
Mm-hmm. Which is, I mean, you get worse at video games as you get older.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you for having me on, and to everybody watching, thank you for your generosity. It's incredible what all of you have done. Should I say my stuff before I go, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if you don't know who I am, I'm Jeff Thu. I do YouTube under the name Mother's Basement, where I talk about anime. And if you want to find me on Twitter, you can do so at G0FFTHEW.
Cool. Cheers, and have a good one.
Have a good one. Good luck with this factory, man. Bye.
I hope to also have some luck. How do you even get there as Lanky? Oh, you wait for the things to stop, obviously.
Is this better or worse than Gex 3?
Gex 3 is just not fun in a core way. This controls very, very well. This executes very well on its bullshit. Gex 3 is bullshit that doesn't even work. Gex 3 is not even a game. This is technically a game. It doesn't work, and it can't be emulated because it's because it's broken.
Hey, Harris, I think
Susie is here.
Mermaid is here.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi
Susie.
everybody.
Hi.
I'm just sat in the background listening. I'm just astounded at sort of what I've just been hearing in sort of the past couple of hours. And the fact that Cher actually retweeted our post
it's a pleasure
from
to have you
earlier. It's great to be back here, and I'm
constantly trying to suppress a scream of anger at the game, but it's lovely having you here.
Thanks very much. Oh, you're doing so well, though. I kept looking at the picture of the skeleton earlier and wondering if that really was you. And we'd actually managed to kill you off. Finally,
We're running out of food in the house, so it'll we'll get there.
Yeah, this is just incredible. Just seeing all the support, and oh my god, AOC and Cher, and this is gaining such a huge amount of traction. Did you even consider that this might happen?
No, never. I basically thought it'll be funny to do a charity thing, because then maybe if I raise $300, I can write off one of my many personal failings. And then somehow it emerged that actually charity exists for other people to use and give money to, and now this is all happening. I couldn't have imagined it, and yeah, and I think it's a good sign because everyone who's donated, everyone who's been so supportive and kind, those people aren't actually going anywhere. When this stream eventually does end, which it might, they'll still be here and they'll still care.
Yeah.
And I think that's the lesson, and I try not to think of that while I'm streaming because I want to not cry too often on the stream, but it's a lot.
Yeah, and I think as well as that, for all of our families and our kids, our kids who are struggling with gender dysphoria, who feel that they're not included or part of the world, and they're not valid, and they're not real. This for them is huge, to see so many people saying, no, you have a right to be, and you have a right to be, and we support you. This is just massive. I think this is like something that will go down in history. There must be a record in here that you've broken already. And for us as an organisation who support trans kids and their families, for us this is massive in terms of being able to say to all of those people who look to us to be their voices, etc., that you've given us that platform to be able to go out to the rest of the world and go, look, trans kids exist and they need your help. And to have such overwhelming support, I mean, I just want to cry. It's just amazing.
I looked away from the donation counter to play the game, and when I looked back, we'd raised $10,000 just now.
I know. It's like the numbers are sort of speeding up, aren't they? They're speeding up, and I just think of all the things that, I mean, obviously, like for us, the whole reason that you started this was around the fact that the big lottery are reviewing, and there's a potential possibility that might not come in. We can continue to look at that project now, regardless. We can continue to look at setting up support groups. People can meet face to face, which is so valuable when you are so isolated, when you're either supporting a trans child or a young person yourself and don't know anybody else who's dealing with it. This is just so incredible to see this and know that all of our dreams as an organisation to provide better support, to be able to give that, you're making it happen.
God. When
for championing mermaids.
To get maybe a little bit too personal and emotional, the thing I'd emotionally prepared to happen during the stream was that we'd do okay. We'd get maybe 3,000 max, and I'd be streaming for hours and hours and hours to not many people, and I'd be fighting the realization that at best the contribution to mermaids helped them stay afloat because they'd banked on having a lot more than that, and the support it doesn't make up for it. It would just be a slight bit of help. That's appreciated but didn't really change anything, and if they don't get the lottery money, it's a problem. And now, sitting here 50 hours later, and I'm talking to the CEO of Mermaids, and we might actually be able to replace a year or so of their funding. Even if they don't get it, things can still happen. It's I've never been so happy to have not been prepared for something to happen.
Would it be possible just... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Can I just say that one of the hardest things for any charity to get is core funds that are unrestricted, so that we can then use them and we don't have to do things like you go for a pot of funding and you go, right, okay, this is paying for this and this, and it's ring fenced and you can't do anything else with it and you can't be creative. And if you want to do something creative, you have to set it up as a project, and it has to be it has to be put forward in such a way. And we're a controversial charity, as you are probably aware, which is the whole reason why you picked us in the first place. So many people don't believe that transgender children exist, or don't believe that they should be validated and allowed to be. This gives us wings. Honestly, I'm so
because
happy.
you had to do specific things with the lottery money. This you can do what you want. you do something that maybe that you maybe hadn't thought of, and hopefully that's useful.
Well,
Yeah,
definitely. This just I mean, the main thing that we always need is bodies, people to be doing, to be seeing. And I wanted to. One of the things that I wanted to add in was a mentoring scheme, so that young people who were really struggling have got somebody to talk to. That needs people. I also wanted to look at introducing counselling, so that we've got a counsellor at each and every local group that we've got. So as well as the peer support that people have got, that people can go and talk to somebody who can help them to maybe work with coping techniques and self-esteem. And this is one of those things that I'm like, in my head, I'm firing off all the different things. We can do that now. We can afford to do that. We can have trained counsellors who have knowledge of supporting people who are really struggling with gender dysphoria. We can look at doing that and having that as part of those local groups, so that somebody's got somebody trained who understands what they're going through, can talk to and help them. This is massive for alleviating mental health distress. So I just, this is like the best weekend I have ever had. Ever.
Me too. I just want to say, if there's someone else wants to talk, and you should talk next. I just wanted to first say, you mentioned you're looking for some people to do some work for you. You should tweet out like now what those positions are, so that people can see them. That way, so we got eyes on those. I'm sorry. Please do continue. I've spoken enough.
Are you alright with... Am I? Sorry.
Go. Yeah, please.
When I came on, I said a very broad thank you to mermaids, because you guys helped me out a lot when I was younger and really struggling. When I was in my worst place possible, I phoned up and just spoke to one of your counsellors for hours, and it brought me back from the brink, and that's the reason I'm here. And the reason I'm on the stream today is I just really wanted to say thank you to mermaids, because it's just... Sorry.
No, honestly, this is why we do what we do, because the fact is that I know that there are so many other young people and families who are struggling right now, and I'm so pleased we were there for you when you needed us. I'm so pleased. You're making me all emotional now.
If I could add to it, like, while so I'm from Northern Ireland, so I didn't get to experience mermaids, but like, I'm in Plymouth right now, so I could, but at the time, like, to discuss like how a young person's experience is support that you can receive from any charity across the UK or just anywhere, that it means so much. Like, it really it makes you feel more secure with yourself. Like, a lot of the time when you initially first figure out, oh shit, I'm a trans, you're very lost, you have no idea what to do, and basically the first thing you look up is support network, support charities, and it is honestly life-saving. Like, as I was saying earlier, I got my first binder from Gender Gemini. If I hadn't have gotten that, I would have done a lot of damage to myself. With I was binding with swim tops from my childhood, because I knew that they were tight, they were small, and they would press at least somewhat, and it gave me a lot of cold infections. It was just putting so much pressure on my lungs, and I already got asthma, so on top of it, it was awful. So, like, to have a place where you could go and get support, get a path, and get just any aid to help with the dysphoria, and getting to meet other trans and know, watch other people have the same experience as you, so then it validates you so much more. It's just, it means the absolute you're a kid, because you're so alone, and there's a potential that you haven't even told your parents. So it's just, it becomes a family in a way.
Yeah, it is that sense of community. So the online groups that we have for our young people and the online groups that we have for our parents, they both provide like that sense of community of being able to talk to other people. But we know that the local groups and the residential meetups where people can meet face to face, those are where lifelong friendships happen and are
Yeah.
forged. For you to be able to walk into a space and know that nobody is going to judge you is so important, because I think that I know from my daughter's experiences that everywhere she went, she was looking and waiting for somebody to say or do something to her because of the prejudice that is still there, is still prevalent in society, and being able to go into that space and know that that's not going to happen. You are somewhere safe, and you can
Yeah.
talk about the way that you feel, and other people will understand because they're living it too.
Yeah, definitely. It's also a place where, like there are amazing places where just any charity in general, especially like trans orientated, you can get to like legal procedures, so deed poll, or just maybe just any legal advice. Maybe a GIC has basically put you in a really bad spot. I mean, I was told that by my GIC when I moved to the adult clinic that I was going to have to wait 2 years before they would even diagnose me to allow me to change my gender marker, just because I had been diagnosed with depression. Was difficult.
So they can make sure.
It made me sort of give up, and I had I have given up until this. This is the year that I've decided I'm gonna sort out my deed poll. I'm gonna get my diagnosis. I'm gonna start HRT. It all has to happen this year because I'm waiting 5 years.
See, that's just, I mean, that just for me, again, looking at the struggles that young people go through, the waiting times to get into either the children's or the adult services, and the fact that it's only just really been taken out of of the of being a mental health issue, but it's still very much pathologized, and it's still very much seen by many as being a mental health problem. And then when you add to it the depression, which is generally because of your trans status and because you're stuck, then it complicates things even more. What we need is timely medical intervention that actually respects trans people's rights.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm not allowed to increase my dosage of hormones because I haven't gone through legal name and gender marker change. The GIC aren't allowing me to actually get the medication I need until I do these legal procedures, which I'm working a 40-hour a week minimum wage job just to get by. I don't have the time. I don't have the time to do all that, and it just needs to be so much work done, and Mermaids does so much, and it's just so incredibly important to me.
Yeah, I mean, we brought in earlier on this year. We brought in a legal caseworker, and the reason that we could actually, again, this was a funding bid that we put into the Tudor Trust, and the reason that we could evidence it was because, we had over the course of, I think it was just under a year, 52 separate inquiries where young people had been subjected to discrimination or prejudice due to their trans status. And that's over a variety of different organisations, whether it's GPs, whether it was schools, whatever, and hate crime. And you just think it's not right. And so we introduced that post as a way to support people so that young people can come to us, and also fertility is a massive issue as well in terms of rights to store your biological gametes. Anyway, sorry, I won't go into the technicalities.
I just wanted to acknowledge that Owen Jones and Swery have both retweeted the stream as well. So thank you to both of them.
And we've had a Metro article written about us as well.
Gosh, wow.
Absolutely phenomenal. Is this how we
How we what?
Is this how we unite the left?
Yeah, this is it. The stream can never end because this is the only thing. Yeah. Here's the list of people to vote for in the next election. Here's.
Like honestly, 2019 is starting to feel like the year that everything sort of gets its shit together
The year
again.
we figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause, like I mean, honestly, this is the first good thing that's happened in 2019 so far. And I'm so thankful that everybody that's donated to the GoFundMe, and like, not to be a shithead, but honestly, any money is going to help me just my shit out. Like I'm actually thinking of planning maybe to put some money towards going to private gender care to be able to kickstart everything. Because really, I don't want to go back through the NHS. It's you're basically jumping through holes the entire time. They test you so much to like it's almost as if they're trying to prove that not everybody actually means it when they say they're trans in a way. It's really so like honestly all the money is going to go towards putting me in a good space and getting me back together because I am a broken boy.
It's such a shame. It's such a shame to me that people have to go, that people feel that the only avenue that they are going to get timely care is to go private. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah.
I understand. Don't get me wrong. I understand, but it's just, I think it's a terrible, terrible shame.
I live in one of the best parts of Britain for mental health support, where they actually meet all of their targets. And I've spoken to people in my local area, and when they call asking for help, they still get recommended by doctors. We can put you in the system, but if you can, look private, because it's even in the best part of the country for mental health, it's still bad. Like there is no funding or support. For cis people even. Like, and never mind being trans. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, especially like someone mentioned earlier, being disabled and unemployed in Britain is an absolute nightmare because the system is built to try and like trick you into working to avoid dealing with their shit system. And if you can't, then you just have to suffer. And I believe we can rectify that. The system doesn't have to be built this way. And I think a lot of people seem to agree with us. So,
I'd like to ask, what could I do as an American to help this situation?
Contribute to or lobby for an equivalent program or charity in your country. Someone was on earlier from a similar place in America, I believe.
But like, honestly, like the way to do it is go to your local charity group, give them money. If you want to support the UK, it's so easy just to like go up and see what things are happening. Really, a lot of the issues to do with the fact that NHS is a really bad spot at the moment. Resources are basically non-existent.
We have infinite money for the DUP, but none for people who need it.
No. Arlene obviously needs the money more.
It kind of shows where their priorities are.
No money for
They're
humans.
putting the money into keeping themselves in power.
They have plenty of money for the vampires,
Yeah, no, they're vampires. But
Sorry.
if I could plug the Trans Resource Centre, the Belfast Trans Resource Centre. They've got a fundraiser going on right now for 12,000, which is at transgenderni.org.uk/fundraiser, and they are money to basically get more resources into the centre, make sure that it's getting rent paid. It's entirely but it's all for the charity. And it's another. Oh, he found another beaver.
I'm glad I'm here.
Are you kidding?
Why did you make 3 of them?
So yeah, no,
There's four.
we're really sorry to break this to you, Harry, but I looked up the wiki, and there is going to be another one after this one as well.
I'm
Get
so sorry.
Grant Kirkhope back in here!
Hey,
now we're on the
Paris,
choo-choo to Beavertown.
can I have a moment?
Wow.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, please take all the
Sorry.
time you need.
We have Paris Lees here.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Okay.
So hi Paris.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh.
Paris?
Can you hear us?
Paris.
Oh.
Is she there?
Hey Paris, your mic is muted. Just click like the mic button on your screen.
Bottom left, it should be. Right by your name at the bottom left.
I'm just imagining Grant Kirkhope's face is here, and my hand just
Hi Paris.
colliding with his stubble. Just. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hi.
Hi. Before we get into another conversation, Paris, I think Ash and I are planning on cycling out. So should we say our farewells?
Hi, can we let Paris speak? She's on her phone at the moment.
Yeah, please.
Oh right. Okay.
Why can't I speak?
We can hear you now.
We can hear you now, Paris.
You
Lovely
can hear
to
me, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, how's it going? How many people are here? Where is everybody?
There's a bunch. There's 24,000 people watching. I think there's about 7
No,
people
yeah,
on the call.
but who's chatting now? Who am I talking to?
You are speaking to. Let me read the names out. There's me, Harris. There's Astrid
Yeah, well
Johnson,
done, by the way.
Casey Flea, Jack Saint, Jim Sterling, Maggie Mayfish, the CEO of Mermaids, and Chelsea Manning is muted, and someone else whose name I'm not sure what it is, but
Oh my god, it's
But my name on there is Strawbelody, but it's Elodie
Strawbelody.
Cunningham.
I only turned up for more Beaver Bother.
Welcome back, Jim.
Welcome
I
back.
saw Beaver Bother on the stream again and was like, well, I've got to pop back in.
you pop in and cackle and then
This
leave.
is the third Beaver Bother, Jim.
The
Oh, I
third.
missed one.
You missed one.
People are
Beaver
joking that there's
Bother.
4 and they're liars. That's a lie. Someone's maliciously edited the wiki to taunt me. That's not true.
I'm glad I got a little bit more Beaver Bother in my life.
Yeah.
But thanks for joining us.
Sorry,
Paris.
everyone carry on. Yeah,
It's wonderful
long
meeting
have
you,
you been
Paris.
doing
Thank
this
you so
for?
much for just coming in like this.
Have you been to sleep?
I've had 2 sleeps. The stream has gone on. This is the day 3 of this.
It's been
How-
1
how
hour,
long-
7 minutes, and 25 seconds.
How long are you doing this for?
Until it's finished. The game is notoriously long. It apparently takes 30 hours to beat, and I'm at the 30-hour mark, and I'm 89%
Okay.
in. So, yeah. And we're just cleaning house now. Technically, like the big baddie who we have to beat, access to that fight is there. We just have to finish collecting everything else, and that is the hard bit because as there's less stuff to collect in this giant maze, it gets harder to find.
I like fighting baddies.
Yeah. The last fight is 1 hour-long boxing match, and if you lose, you have to do it all again. It's excellent.
And you're making money the whole time you're doing it.
Yeah, so really, it should go on as long as it possibly can. But it's been a time.
Can I just say this is such a lovely thing. Like,
Absolutely, please do.
I'm incredibly privileged by many people's standards in 2019, and I get so incredibly depressed by the relentless harassment. I just have to go quiet because I don't like to put that out there. You know, my negativity, my but it really gets me down, and it's so nice to have something positive.
Yeah.
I've never really seen anything like this before. It's just it's going to make such a difference to so many people, and we needed it, not just the money, but just from the perspective of giving people hope. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Dogstrong, who's also doing some management stuff and is pulling people out of the call to make room for people, doing all the like actual hardline producer stuff of clearing space for people to talk. Thank you so much for that, Dog.
Amazing.
Cheers, and it's wonderful of you to say that, Paris, and you being here means a lot to a lot of people, I'm sure. So.
Where are you? Where are you based?
I live in the woods near Manchester.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'm
Sure,
looking
so
for one of Donkey
I
Kong's.
don't know
bananas.
anything about this. So what's your relationship with the trans community?
My main thing really is.
I'm being really cheeky just interviewing you here. This is what I do, by the way. I interview people.
Oh yeah, you're a journalist.
Yeah.
I make videos for the internet, and I discovered basically that my incredibly milquetoast by most standards brand of feminism, the bar had been lowered so much by the internet that I could say something, like, oh, racism's bad, and, be lauded as some kind of hero. So I just decided to keep leaning on that. But the big thing that happened was when Bill Nye did his new show, he did an episode about gender and gender expression and sexuality and the differences between those things and kind of the spectrum between those things. And so many people came out of the woodwork to pretend they knew the science that I thought I have to look into this. And I found studying that so interesting, and I made 2 videos about it. And
So you're not trans. You don't have anyone trans in your family. You just take an interest in.
I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends who are trans. 2 of my closest friends came out as trans. At some point in my life, they probably knew a lot longer before they told me, and
that's amazing. That's really amazing.
But I don't know if that was almost a coincidence. I don't feel like I have any personal investment in it, and I don't feel like I really need an excuse. I wish I had a fun explanation, but really, it's the right thing to do. That's really all I can say.
Well, that's fantastic, and we're very grateful. And I've always said, trans people are such a small minority that we're never going to do this by ourselves. It's when people get upset with the Daily Mail and they go, "Yeah, let's boycott them," and I'm just like, "Are you for real?" We do not have the numbers to make that sort of impact. So we really do rely on making friends with people and having people that have got our backs. And it's with this increased visibility. There has been this backlash, which Graham Linehan or Liner, whatever he's called, is part of. But in a way, I feel like it's a good thing because it's shining the light, and we're seeing all the cockroaches in the corner of the room.
Yeah.
But we're also seeing what needs to be done, and people are stepping up and coming forward, and I just think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm back. So I've had my meal.
Hey.
So
Thanks, Paris. Thanks, Chelsea.
Hi, just a moment. We have another special guest popping in. The very kind Owen Jones is
he's
goodness
really
gracious.
following me around.
Oh wow.
Aw.
Gosh, I'm shocked. I'm not even sure. I didn't know even know people would be awake right now. Nah, I'm not. As soon as the stream ends, I can go back into obscurity and I'll be fine.
I mean,
it'll be fine.
You're like a YouTube champion. Come on.
Yeah. Nah. I'm a very average person who likes weird movies. And I think that's the important thing to stress is I have not done anything heroic here.
I think you're a hero.
I am what most people are actually like, and there's just a lot more of us than it seems. Like seriously.
Well,
I'm at most an average person.
It's just really it's great to know that you guys are out there and this is the thing. It's like the thing that upsets me most isn't so much the bigots because we know that they're out there. It's all the good the good people, quote unquote, who just don't say anything and are complicit in it.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, and another big part of it is just a lot of people like to talk. They like to be the one who said the good thing, and not enough people like to stop to listen. And I can at least make a point of doing that as often as possible.
Harris, you need to check down your pizza. Everybody's telling you that.
Need to what?
Everyone's saying what to fuck off.
You need to check your pizza.
Oh, they're telling me to shut up.
Check my pizza?
Yeah, apparently it's burning.
Pizza?
No. Is a pizza burning? Pizza. Your oven pizza has been there for far too long. No, the pizza isn't in the oven. It's in the fridge. I haven't put it on yet. No. We have hours to go.
Are you even on any kind of schedule, or are you just sort of eating as and when?
I purposefully set my schedule so that I would wake up at 8:30 p.m., which is the time I normally stream. So I've been kind of on American time for the last couple of days.
Okay. So how
it's
long
okay.
have you been? How long have you been playing this game generally? Not this particular game, but this thing.
This doing this stream. I think we're up to 51 hours. This particular
Not
stint has
this
been
stream,
a couple.
but this game. Like, how long have you been doing this? How long have you been a gamer?
Oh, my whole life, yeah. When I was a little kid, my dad brought home some console. I don't even know what it was. It had Doom on it, and we kept dying over and over. And now I'm here, direct line straight from there to here. And I talked to Romero tonight. So wow, full circle, I guess. And it appears we have a new guest in the chat. Hello?
Oh my god, this is... Hey!
Hello.
Hey! Hi! Paris, I love you, Paris.
Too
I will always love you. How are you, Paris? Oh, sorry, just speaking over everyone. This is amazing, by the way. This is absolutely... What a bunch of heroes.
What? Yeah, I don't know what's happening either. I'm as surprised as you are, Owen.
Well, you're an absolute hero. You're an absolute hero for what you're doing. Like, this is just so incredible.
No,
what a beautiful
no.
act of solidarity.
Nah, all the heroes were here waiting for me to say, hey, you should give money to this charity, and then they did all the work.
No, honestly, it's just, I mean, when the whole media, as Paris knows better than myself, the awful, gutter British media, the whole lot, let's be honest, they're at war, just like they're at war with gay people and other members of LGBT people. They're waging war, and these acts of solidarity are going to help. And the fact Paris is out there all the time, Paris just, you know, I was out with my one of my friends' trans sisters, and she just, as soon as I mentioned Paris, she was just like, oh my god, she's my hero. She had to record a video for her.
They all recognise the Queen. It's like Alien.
Oh, Paris never changed. Never changed.
Can I say this year is 10 years since I don't want to say became an activist, because we never call people who campaign to maintain the status quo
Status quo warrior. Yeah.
It's 10 years since I decided I wanted to try and make the world better for people like me, and I've been doing a lot of reflection as we go into the new year, and the world is just unrecognizable. You know, it's just so different.
I think Paris, this is Susie here, Paris, and I think this. Hi there. I think this single action that has spanned the last 3 days and will continue on for as long as Paris can stay awake. I think this is the most positive thing I have ever been involved in. For the
Me
trans
too,
community.
without a shadow of a doubt. And the thing is, Susie, you know, we speak a lot behind the scenes sometimes, and it just feels absolutely relentless, doesn't it? You know,
It
and the
does,
thing is, the people that are attacking you, they're funded by newspapers. You know,
That's so sinister. Fine, carry on.
got it's somebody being knocked off. And I know that you try not to put things out there. I think we all try not to put our moments of despair out there, because we, you know, want to be professional, you know, want to give other people hope and all the rest of it. But I know that you tear your hair out sometimes. You know, we all do, and give you a boost.
It's given me a massive boost already. I just even just as it started, as we sort of became aware of it, and some of I think somebody said to me, "Have you seen this? Have you seen this? This is amazing." And that was when you were at, I think, like 13,000, Harris, when you just first started. And I was like, "Wow, who is this?" Started to look into it, and I cannot believe where it's got to. Share is retweeting.
Yeah,
AOC has been
for
on.
me, I'm just playing. Alexandria Cortez has been here. I'm just in this massive honking, steaming mess of a level. I'm a bit subtracted right now, but it's amazing.
Well, sorry, the President of the United States in 2024 has endorsed this. I think that's a big...
Cortez 2024.
Definitely.
Well, she's got my vote.
Well, I hope that there is no presidents in 2024. I hope there's.
She's got my falsified vote. Can Owen get JC on? Someone just asked.
It might be a bit late. I don't know if he's probably tucked up.
Corbin, he probably has a bedtime. He's probably, you know, an adult. Does he have Discord?
No.
Do you know what? we could WhatsApp him. I imagine.
I'm sure he's got people. I'm sure he's got some young momentum types that could make it happen for him.
Yeah,
just a quick.
he needs to get behind this. He needs to get behind this. Tell him. You know, he's in with the Giants. Come on, get on it, Jezza.
Well, I will have lunch with Jeremy Corbyn, but only at number 10 Downing Street in 6 weeks. I'm joking.
I mean, you joke.
I mean, wouldn't it be funny if the stream ended with Corbyn's election? Can we keep going?
I just wanted to quickly mention that we have a new guest here in the chat. Mara, say hi.
Hi guys, and people of all genders. Hello.
Hi, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Mara Wilson. I just hopped on. Yeah, this is amazing. I can't believe this has been going on. I've had a really busy weekend, but this is fantastic and really exciting and really cool, and I love what's happening here. So I thought I would just come in to say hi and give my support. There's a lot of really amazing conversations going on, so I've just kind of been listening. But this is so cool.
It's incredible.
Yeah, Mara and I have been kind of like just sort of like laying low for the past couple of minutes because the conversation was so serious.
Yeah.
So
it's cool to have a laugh at Beaver Bother, and then all more important, interesting people came on, so I just shut my mouth.
Oh yeah.
Me and Owen were just so earnest.
I know. That's also all over though, isn't it?
Yeah.
By the way, is Chelsea Manning in this? Because she just messaged.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chelsea Manning's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are there.
She was getting pizza for a while, but she's back.
Oh my god, I had no idea. Chelsea! Hello! This is incredible. Oh my god.
This is so surreal.
I'm just complete. I can't believe this.
Oh, Mara.
Yes?
People in the stream really want you to say trans rights.
Just to say trans rights?
Just say trans rights.
Okay, I mean...
Exclamation point.
Well, trans rights are human rights. Exclamation point.
They're just regular rights.
Exclamation point. She put the exclamation point on it, man. Like,
Yes.
come on.
This just feels,
It's over. Trans people have won.
It's just, you know,
Transphobic canceled.
so I'm just learning. I feel I'm very, I just learned, my friend just texted me, yay, we were listening to you. She really wanted me to join. She and some of my friends really wanted me to join. I just found out about Mermaids. It sounds like an amazing organization. I've been a big supporter of Trans Lifeline here in the U.S., but I think it's really important that there's something out there that empowers people and listens to them and understands them. It's great. It's super cool.
Mara, I really loved you in Matilda, which was really good. It's
Thank
almost
you so
made all
much.
of its money back. It's a really, really good film. Check it out in stores now. DVD, Blu-ray release soon. But this is probably how I should have known I was by at a very young age. For most of my life, I wanted to make cakes for a living.
Really?
Yes, and the cake I loved making the most and still do is a miniature version that I invented of the cake from Matilda, the big cake.
That's so cool. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing.
So it's amazing I actually got to tell you that story. I'd never thought in my wildest dreams I'd be able to tell you my bizarre cake story.
You know, you'd be surprised how many people I know who have told me that like one of the ways that they knew that they were LGBT was by watching Matilda. Either they had a really big crush on Matilda and were not on Matilda actually. No, God no. People don't usually tell me that they had a crush on me, which I completely understand because I was a little girl. They had a crush on Miss Honey. Everybody had a crush on Miss Honey,
Right.
and so many women would be like, yeah, that was how I knew that I liked girls. And that was how I knew, and I identified with Matilda very much, and that was something. And I do think that there has become this message in the film of chosen family and that kind of thing that I do think is something that's that does have a lot to do with the LGBTQ experience. I think of LGBTQIA. Sorry, and there's definitely this this message of like love people who can accept you for who you are. And you're going to get through this. It's not always going to be as hard as it is right now. So it kind of doesn't surprise me, I think, that so many people have said, oh yeah, that movie meant a lot to me as a kid, growing up to be trans, to be gay, to be bi, and it is kind of cool. I mean, like that's like the best kind of cult following to have, I think.
Yeah, to have made a film that accidentally was an awakening moment for some people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you for coming on and talking about that. I'm upset to discover that the every time I realize it every time I'm in the area, but like the wedding cake designer store that I always wanted to work at went out of business like 2 years ago, and I'm still in shock. But yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Can I just point something out?
Yes.
We've hit 250,000.
Wow!
Oh my word! That's amazing.
That's a lot, isn't it?
I can't get over it.
I feel I'm such a like latecomer to this, but this is amazing. This is a really cool thing that is happening, and I'm really, this is
100.63% of $250,000. I'm going to quickly check if my PayPal account has been locked.
I can tell you the difference that this will make to the kids here.
Yeah.
I really, 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 really wish that my family had known about mermaids.
Yeah, right.
When I was growing up, it will make a huge difference to the kids here. It's not just it's a real change that it's going to make.
Yeah, I'm very happy to spread the word about it too. I think that it really is. You need to be able to get these things to people while they're young. To get that kind of help and understanding. It's just I don't know. It's just the way that it should be. I feel like. I don't know. This is a positive change. I'm glad the world is slowly moving forward in this way.
Yeah.
So many problems of being trans are to do with transitioning later in life, or being forced to go through a completely unnecessary and really traumatic puberty. It's like I didn't need to go through a male puberty. It was completely avoidable. The problem was my parents didn't have the information and